Hello, hello, hello. Can everybody in the back hear me okay with where the mic is and everything? Thumbs up if so. Say what if you can't hear me. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So my name is Kyle Rankin. Actually, I realized that this is my 15th SCaLE that I've been to and spoken at. So, which is kind of weird when I see a lot of friendly, familiar faces here. So yeah, it's great to be here. So my background is I sort of started off as like a system administrator back when that's what we called ourselves, kind of pivoted over into security. Since then, in between, I've written a number of books about Linux and wrote a column for a long time for Linux Journal magazine. But today, we're going to talk about my smart cabin in the woods. So as a brief introduction, I'm sorry, but I was never really that into home automation. I'm sure there's probably a couple of people in here that are really hardcore into home automation, and you want to like walk into your house and be like movie mode, and then all the, disco time, and like the disco light comes on, all that stuff. I was never really into that. I'm fine with light switches, frankly. And so I didn't really have a use case that I found compelling when I was talking to a lot of my friends who were really, really hardcore into home automation. They would tell me all the things that they were doing, like, I guess, I don't know. And also I should also preface this by saying, if you are super hardcore into like Home Assistant and you were hoping to have a talk that does a deep dive into like really hardcore tweaks and tuning, or like configuring ESP232 chips to like custom do, this isn't that talk. This is like a general purpose. Anybody never touched Home Assistant or never touched anything before, this is a general purpose audience kind of thing. We're not going to get really into the woods here. All right, so I wasn't in the home automation, then I got a cabin in the woods, actually, and it sort of changed my perspective because I finally had a use case that I found home automation, in particular something like Home Assistant, could really help with. But it's a unique use case. When I talked to a lot of my other friends that were into home automation stuff about that, like, oh, yeah, that's weird. That's not really the use case I was thinking of for Home Assistant. That's not what I use it for exactly. Here's the other thing is, I don't go to my cabin to sysadmin. I go to my cabin to relax. So my goal was to have a place where again, I have a use case which I'm going to get into, but the goal wasn't to turn this log cabin into some sort of crazy technological thing. And for me to spend all of my time tweaking and tuning it and getting it just like, I wanted things to be very off the shelf, very simple to use, because I go up there to not work, at least allegedly. So I wanted easy upkeep, but the other thing is I wanted local control when I was setting up some sort of home automation. I wanted to be able to manage everything myself there. So it's like this weird balance of it not being too difficult to use and too difficult to maintain, but also locally controllable. This thing started as a security system, actually, which maybe makes sense. That's sort of my primary use case, but then it expanded from there, and if those of you who have started getting into something like Home Assistant, you can probably attest to things tend to snowball once you have it initially set up, because you start realizing all these other use cases that you didn't realize you needed. So this talk, what I'm going to talk about is just sort of introduce you to the cabin and sort of the problems I faced. I'm going to give you my use case in particular for home automation in a cabin, why I picked Home Assistant. There's a lot of different options out there for home automation. But we're all at a Linux conference, so by itself, just the fact that it's a open source software is enough of a reason, really. But other reasons as well. I'm going to talk a bit about my security system that I set up there, then go into some of the remote monitoring systems I set up at the cabin, and then all the other things that I ended up kind of getting into a rabbit hole about because I had it all set up. So why not do all these other fancy things, I guess. And then I'll talk a little bit about the current setup. And then I'm actually going to do a live demo, which I almost never do in talks, with a couple exceptions. And usually, I definitely don't do live demos that rely on the internet. So, but we're going to break all of those rules today. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see how that goes. All right, so welcome to my cabin. Wow, the image is giant, and the text is going to be small. This is going to be fun. Okay, so I have a log cabin in a redwood forest. It's pretty sweet. It is remote, but it does have electricity, so this isn't like a full off-grid thing. I have electricity, I have running water, I have flush toilet, all the things that so this isn't like super hardcore camping out there. Like I said, I have the internet, but only through satellite. There's no other option out there. And also, even satellite's kind of weird because you're surrounded by these tall redwood trees, and it's not ideal for modern satellite internet, but there's a little spot where you can put it just right, and mostly it works. So I use this as a weekend getaway. I work in tech all day long. Again, I go up there to not work on tech for the most part if I can help it. So this is supposed to be a getaway from all of that stuff. But I do a lot of what I call work laxing. So this is a kind of a fixer-upper cabin. And so at least for the first year or so I've had it, I go up there and start doing all of the chores and things that we need to do to renovate it, and like doing some plumbing, doing some, ripping out this, putting in that, all that sort of stuff until I get tired. Then I go and relax and read a book and out in the woods. So yeah, I call that work laxing. So my home automation use case is kind of interesting. I didn't actually want, like what you think of as automation. I didn't want to really automate the home exactly. I didn't want to be like, automatically turn on lights and turn off lights and do all of that stuff. That wasn't really what I wanted. Because I wanted to unplug. If you're up there, if you're in a log cabin, you don't necessarily want to be surrounded by technology. You kind of want to not be surrounded by technology if you can. So I had to strike this balance. There's some features I wanted, but I also didn't want to be surrounded by technology when I was there to unplug. So it required this very careful balance between a digital and analog life. So a lot of it meant like a lot of the digital stuff was sort of hidden behind the scenes somewhere. Maybe you couldn't see that this was set up, but it was there if I needed it. My main use case for doing this is the security use case. This is a place that I don't live full time, and I'm not there all the time. And so I wanted to keep an eye on things when I'm not there because it's somewhat remote. My secondary use case that I didn't start out with, but I ended up adding is monitoring. It's sort of like the first use case is the place safe, but also what's going on there when I'm not there. There's a lot of different interesting monitoring use cases to just check on a place when you're not there that I wanted to set up. And like in general, just a lot of different things that when you're not someplace that's like an hour or two away that you'd want to know about, that kind of stuff is really my use case. So for example, did someone come by when we weren't there? That would kind of be interesting to know. I'd like to know that, especially if they got inside. What's the weather like up there? So this is this place is over an hour from where I live, and because of where it's located, the weather there is different than the weather at my house. So in particular, it's a little bit closer to the coast, and so the temperature variation might be like 10, 15 degrees. And it would be kind of useful if there's a heat wave in the summer at my house to look and say, hey, looks like it's pretty nice up there. Maybe we should go up there and escape the heat. The other thing is when you leave a place that you don't go to every so often, there's a lot of things you end up wondering whether you did. Like, did I actually lock the doors before I left? All of that kind of stuff. I wanted to be able to answer those sorts of questions because if I didn't, and what's worse is you remembered, oh, I didn't lock the door, but now I'm an hour away. I guess I get to turn around and go lock the door, which is kind of a bummer. So I had some constraints. There's a lot of proprietary automation systems available out there to choose from. You can get all-inclusive, like many different big name providers provide you like all these different systems under their brand, and they have their own little hub that does stuff. Of course, all those things assume that you're going to just be streaming to the cloud all the time, for instance, and the internet that I do have is metered. I don't have like unlimited internet up there. It's metered because, again, I'm not there all the time. I don't need a lot of internet bandwidth I'm not downloading a whole bunch of stuff up there, but I do it a little bit. So I don't want a system that's constantly streaming all of my camera feed up to the cloud, for instance. That would be a problem. It would suck up all my internet. So I wanted local control. Most home automation systems, except for the ones I'm talking about here, many of them at least, want to phone home. That's like one of the first things they want is set up an account with us and start streaming all of your information to us, and we'll give you an account. We'll share it with you, but it's kind of like our information, and we'll give you access to it. I didn't want any of that. I wanted to control everything locally. I wanted to avoid vendor lock-in. It doesn't take a whole lot of searching on the internet to find cases where someone bought some sort of cloud-enabled Internet of Things device, and then the company folds, and then their thing is a brick now, unless some friendly open source community unbricks it or comes up with some sort of alternative firmware or something. I wanted to avoid all of that in the get-go and not feel like I had to buy all of my devices from one vendor. That's just like a general philosophy, but it definitely applies here. I also wanted to protect my privacy as much as possible. I feel strongly about protecting privacy. It's a sort of a fundamental thing with me. But in particular, when you're talking about things in your home and doing things like setting up cameras or other things like that, it's even more important to think about the privacy use case and who has access to these, like streams of video coming from a place that you go in and out of and all that stuff. So in particular, home automation use cases, I think, are even stronger argument for privacy than some other technology. I also wanted something easy to set up and manage. Again, I didn't want to spend all my time up there tweaking and tuning this stuff. I wanted to go up there and it just work and not have to set stuff up. I wanted it to be easy to set up too. I didn't want to spend all this time doing all the setup whenever I wanted to do something new either. I wanted it to be very easy. And I also wanted maximum support for devices. This is part of the vendor lock-in, but not just that. Sometimes there's an ecosystem of devices, and I didn't want to be forced to have to pick certain things if I didn't have to, and then be not exactly locked into them. It just, typically, those ecosystems, the things are more expensive because they know you kind of have to use their products. And so I wanted to have a competitive marketplace for, what temperature sensor I use. So I chose Home Assistant. This is a free and open source software home automation tool. It's been under development for many years. It's been around for a long time, which is great for a project like this because at this point it's very mature. It has a large community supporting it, and over the years, each of these community members who are really into home automation would say, well, I got this home automation device and I actually want to start using it with Home Assistant, but it doesn't work yet. And then they would work together as a community to get this device working. Then repeat for another device. A new device comes on the market. People would figure out how to get it to work and set it up for Home Assistant. As a result, now it has this incredibly wide range of hardware support, and much of it really kind of works out of the box. In fact, now I messed up at the two. Okay. Many smart devices actually advertise. If you were to go to, like, say, Amazon or something and look for smart devices, you can add the word Home Assistant in the search, and many devices will now advertise their compatibility with Home Assistant. Don't take that as gospel when you see that. In general, I would confirm by going to Home Assistant's forums or go to their site and kind of just do a little bit of research on, yeah, it's compatible, but what does it mean to actually get it to work before you pull the trigger and buy something? But all the same, the fact that you have a lot of devices that are advertising that they work with Home Assistant is like a good sign. The UI itself is pretty polished as far as these things go, especially as far as open source software goes, and it's pretty easy to use. Especially these days. I'm sure if there's folks here that used it a long time ago, you're like, yeah, it's really easy to use. You just open up a bunch. It can automatically detect a lot of devices. In fact, in many cases, if you have a compatible device, it may even, when I first set it up, it found things that I didn't know were compatible with Home Assistant because it just shows you all these, here's a bunch of devices we found that we haven't configured yet. Would you like to set them up? And oh, I didn't even know that you could do that. Sure, yeah, let's add that. The emphasis also in the Home Assistant community is local control. In general, they want to provide an ecosystem where you can control all of this home automation devices locally and you don't have to depend on some sort of external service. Again, there's cases where that's not true. There's plenty of things you can use in Home Assistant that do, use the cloud and you have to connect to a cloud account. But there's also, in general, the default assumption is ideally everything is local. Also, it can run on Raspberry Pi, and you don't even necessarily, depending on what you're using it for, have to have the latest and greatest Raspberry Pi. If you're like me, and I know I am, you probably have a bunch of different Raspberry Pis lying around because you upgraded. You used one a couple years ago and like, well, now I need a new one to do this other thing. And now you have like a stack of these old ones you're not sure what to do with. Use one of those for Home Assistant. If it's new enough to support Bluetooth, for instance, it's probably a decent choice. And that's what I did. So here's my security system. So here's an example of one of the camera feeds looking out one of the windows. So like I said, my initial focus is on security. I started with a Raspberry Pi. I'm still using a Raspberry Pi. It's working fine for me so far as the main computer driving all of this. Once I set it up, I connected it with my home network, just VPN between the two, so that when I'm at home, what I didn't want to do is expose Home Assistant to the public internet and just sort of connect to it and hope that everything's fine. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. But I did connect it to my VPN at home. So when I'm at home, I can, and you'll see in the demo, I connect the cabin and I go to my cabin. So the first thing I did was I added a Real-Link PoE doorbell. So this is sort of the first device that got me into Home Assistant, solving the problem of we would like to have a doorbell, and ideally a video doorbell. There are a lot of proprietary video doorbells out there that you can buy. Some of them have some questionable practices about who they share your video feeds with and under what circumstances they share those video feeds. And I didn't even want to deal with any of that. I wanted, I like the idea of a video doorbell. It's kind of nice. Someone hits the doorbell, you see a picture, and otherwise you have a security camera aiming toward the front of your door. That seems cool. But I wanted it to be local. So Real-Link provides a PoE doorbell. So PoE means power over Ethernet. So when you're setting up doorbells, for instance, you're going to find there's a couple of different systems. Some are powered by they assume there's like wiring for your old school doorbell. And then in that case, you have to worry about, well, okay, well, how do I get the feed from the front door somewhere else? You could use wireless, which I like hardwired security cameras personally. I'm not a big fan of a bunch of wireless cameras because it's easier for people to potentially listen in on that stuff. So I liked wired. Also, power over Ethernet means if I run a single cable, an Ethernet cable to this thing, it both powers the device and provides a nice little network link. And like I said, I'm a sysadmin. I've been crimping Cat5 for decades now. I still remember orange, white, green, white, blue, blue, white, green, brown, white, brown. And so crimping that, you don't have to crimp a cable, you can buy one, but yeah, just set up cables, you plug them in, and it's powered. This one in particular has really good Home Assistant support. There's a lot of nice features about the Real-Link ecosystem in general. So I added a doorbell, and then in general, there's a bunch of outdoor cameras as well that they sell that are compatible with Home Assistant that once they're on your network, Home Assistant just sort of sees them. And I didn't get this, there's probably fancy ones that have motors and they move around. I just got sort of the fixed place ones that just sit there. But again, these devices, you can run completely locally. It doesn't depend on you signing up with some sort of cloud service somewhere that it streams all of your video streams to. That said, the Real-Link by default does like the phone home, which I'm not crazy about. So I just blocked its internet access, and it still works. So in particular, so I'm using satellite internet, and everything sort of flows through that. It has the option to pick per device and just sort of turn off internet per device. So I have a standard practice now. If I add like a Real-Link device or some sort of home automation device that's on my network, I know it's going to probably want a phone home at some point. So the moment it comes up, I see it on my router and say, yeah, disable internet for that thing. And it's fine because it just needs to talk locally to Home Assistant. So I have camera coverage on each side, covering every entryway, which is useful. And yeah, you can't see that because I had to scroll down my images there. The image is too big. But basically, it's auto-detected in Home Assistant, which is really nice. Let's see if I can make this a little bit. Yeah, perfect. It's auto-detected in Home Assistant, so the moment it's on your network, it shows up as a device that can be configured. It knows exactly what type of device it is. It knows what its capabilities are out of the box, which is really nice. And once you have it set up, you can monitor the live feed remotely. So that means I can just connect to it and click on the camera image and start seeing a live stream, including audio. With the doorbell, it has some other fun features where you can like send an alarm, or you can press a button on your Home Assistant to be like, I'm not there right now, but, or, you know, leave the box at the door. There's stuff like that you can do, which I don't ever do, but you could, maybe you like that. So once I have cameras, now I can remotely just kind of have eyes over the cabin when I'm not there. But I also, it would be nice to have some notifications about when certain things happen. And it turns out that these Reolink cameras have very basic, it's not like super sophisticated, but very basic person detection, animal detection, and motion detection that's built into the camera. So this isn't like some sort of add-on thing. There's plenty of support for, you can do add-on devices where you like send some of the stuff to AI who's like, yeah, that looks like a dog or whatever. I'm not doing any of that stuff. Again, I'm not trying to get super fancy here. Out of the box, these Reolink devices support basic detection. It's, like I said, it's not perfect, but it doesn't need to be. These are represented, when these things happen, they are events that Home Assistant notices. Front door camera sees a dog or whatever, sees an animal. And you can then do things based on those events happening. And they call them automations in Home Assistant, and basically you can have an event that then triggers an automation, and you set up circumstances when you're configuring this to do something, tell Home Assistant to do something when this thing happens. It's pretty straightforward for just about any. The easiest notification to set up is when this thing happens, notify me via a phone app. So Home Assistant has an Android and iOS phone app that you can install. And you configure it with your device, and when you launch it, you can see the same thing you would see from its web interface. But also, once you have that set up, it will send you phone, you can configure to send you phone notifications. So it'll be like, yeah, this event happened, and whatever you can tell it what to say to you, like person at the front door or whatever. I also added email notifications, because the thing about Home Assistant notifications on the phone is they're kind of ephemeral. Like you'll see them like, oh, I want to see that, and then sometimes you have to like dig into an event log or something to see the history. And I kind of just wanted some sort of permanent, like I get an email that has the picture that it took when it detected a person at the door or whatever. So I set up email as well. What I typically do for camera notifications is first thing I do is take a picture, because that's fast. I want to capture the immediate moment that the thing triggered. So I capture a picture, and then I take about 40 seconds of video. And you can configure Home Assistant to actually start with 10 seconds before the event happened, because it has this like ongoing stream from the camera. And so it says, oh, I detected a person, and Home Assistant will say, oh, I will say, Home Assistant, take the previous 10 seconds before you detected the person, and then the next 30 seconds after, record that and save it, basically. So then I can go see that, because I'm not saving live camera feed 24/7. I don't need that. But if it finds something, I kind of like it to save that, and then I can review it later. So for example, notify me if someone presses the doorbell when I'm not there. That'd be kind of nice to know. A neighbor came by to drop something off. I wasn't there. Yeah, this cabin is not like super remote. Like it's a little like neighborhood. There's some really cool neighbors there. But if someone drops by, it'd be like nice to know. Notify me if a person is detected and I'm not there. Again, a thing I'd like to know if someone's like walking around my property. Notify me if an animal's detected. This is really cool if you have something in the woods, because there's a lot of animals that you may not realize are like roaming around your property. Especially because the other thing is these Reolink cameras and a lot of these security cameras have great night vision now. And so like amazing in many cases night vision. And so you see a lot of really cool stuff. So for example, here's what this might look like. Here's what the interface looks like if you're trying to configure a basic notification to notify me if someone's detected at the cabin front door when I'm not there. Now how does it know I'm not there? I have the app on a phone. And when I have the app on the phone, you can set up a trigger. It knows that I have an app. I have its app on my phone. And you can set triggers based on the fact that I'm in the zone of the cabin, which means I am in the area around the cabin. And so it knows that because I have the app. But again, this isn't like going to a cloud or anything. This is my phone app talking to my Home Assistant only. This isn't like it's phoning to some magic Home Assistant service in the cloud or something, always logging my information. It's not doing that. So when front door camera person turned on, which is what I called it. Well, maybe that's what the event is, it doesn't matter. There's a front door camera. I called it the front door camera because that's what it is. If it detects a person, the way it describes that is person turned on, which is weird, but that's what it does. And if that's true, and you can do other if statements. So and if something else does happen, or in this case does not happen, does not match. So and if I'm not in the cabin zone, then you can add other conditions. In this condition, it's like send a notification, and I have like send a notification, send me an email, and it kind of drills down, and you can configure what those things do. But again, it's not that tricky. It's like add a trigger, add a condition, add an event, and it's pretty easy to set these things up, especially once you get the first one going. You'll find yourself just referring to that one and building on it as you do other ones. This has led to pretty interesting notifications, and it's led to ultimately what I call Fox News, yeah, here we go. So I get a lot of animal notifications, and just about every day, maybe every other day, I'll get a notification that animal detected with a little screenshot. Then I'll go and download the video and then share it with my family as the daily Fox News. Because we have a family of foxes that live around the property. And they start roaming around, and like I said, especially now it's the spring, so they're getting very excited. And so they're like, every other day, more or less, I get some sort of new notification about, I can keep up to date with what the foxes are up to. Mostly during the evening and night, but sometimes during the morning as well. There's now a neighborhood cat that kind of like walks around, and skunks and all the sorts of things you'd imagine in the woods. Deer don't get so close to the camera, it picks them up. They kind of stay a little bit further away. Squirrels, of course, but foxes, the Fox News is the most interesting to me. So cameras are cool. It's nice to have cameras when you're monitoring a cabin, but there's plenty of other use cases I found, like in particular remote monitoring. So what I mean by that is like after that, some other sensors. So I have cameras, but I'd like to add some other sensors to my cabin. Most of the sensors that you use for this sort of thing typically are using Bluetooth or Zigbee or Z-Wave to communicate. So what I mean by that is many of these things are little tiny devices, and they don't necessarily want to add all of the overhead of adding like a chip to support Wi-Fi and all this stuff. Chips to support Zigbee or Z-Wave or Bluetooth are typically cheaper, and they're smaller and lower power and stuff like that. And that's actually better anyway, because if you have a choice, it's better to not have like 5,000 devices on your these devices on your local network, if you can help it. If they're on Bluetooth only or Zigbee or something, they're not talking to, you don't have to worry about them talking to the internet directly. So in most of these devices, that's the case. They're using one of these protocols. The Raspberry Pi typically supports, these days supports Bluetooth, so you get that out of the box, but you don't get Zigbee or Z-Wave. The folks behind Home Assistant actually sell like their own standalone Home Assistant box you can get that has all of this stuff built in. Since I was using a Raspberry Pi, I got what's called a Z-Stick 10 Pro. Not a Z-Stick 10 Amateur, but a Z-Stick 10 Pro, because I'm a professional, and plugged it into the Raspberry Pi, and that gave me both Zigbee and Z-Wave support. Next thing I got was a Govee branded Bluetooth thermometer hydrometer. Again, this is go to Amazon, search for, I want a thermometer that supports Home Assistant, go. And then you'll see a bunch of stuff and like, oh yeah, everyone likes this one. And I go to Home Assistant site and they're like, yeah, this is super easy, it's detected out of the box, you don't have to add anything, like perfect, buy it. And so what I do with this is I monitor the indoor and outdoor temperature and fridge and freezer. By the way, even outside of like a cabin in the woods, the fridge and freezer temperature is like a core use case. If you're gonna set up Home Assistant and you're gonna do nothing else, get a couple of these thermometers, put one in your fridge and one in your freezer, because inevitably you're going to leave the door open ajar just a little bit, either the fridge or freezer, and the temperature is going to rise at some point, and you won't know. It might do it overnight. I might do it for a day or two. Then you go, wow, it feels kind of warm in my fridge. That's kind of strange. Or the freezer, why is there water dripping out of the bottom of my freezer? You can set up these probes and then tell Home Assistant, when my fridge gets above a certain temperature for more than 30 minutes, let me know. And like, oh, yep, someone left the door open a little bit. It doesn't even have to be a big, just like a little ajar is enough to like start raising the temperature. Killer use case. The other use case I use it for here, and if you look very closely, you can see that this graph has outdoor south temperature and outdoor north temperature, which is interesting because We're in the northern hemisphere, and so they get different temperatures, different sides of the house. I kind of want to monitor both, and then the hallway temperature. So I just have a single probe inside right now. I want to kind of know what it's like inside. If you were to look closely at this graph, you would be able to tell me when I was there. I went during this period of time twice, and if you look closely, you can tell when. Because the rest of the time, the temperature kind of flows along with the outside temperature. But that's useful. I use it in particular for that case of like, oh, it's hot here or cold here. Is it any better up there? And I can go check that out. The other thing I added was a third reality Zigbee door sensor. So this is like a traditional kind of like a Hall effect kind of gate. You'd see them like sliding glass doors or windows or any of the traditional kind of alarms there. This one uses Zigbee, and you basically just set it up at a threshold. You put one side on one side of the door threshold and one side on the other. When they're together, the door's closed, and when they are separated, it knows that it's opened in some way. So I set that up at a sliding glass door I had, and that allows me to set up an alert. Like, when that door's opened and I'm not there, let me know. It's pretty nice. Because especially with sliding glass doors, it's kind of, it's weird. So that's nice. I also added, and this is another key thing, is a water leak sensor. These are relatively inexpensive, and they basically look like a little bit larger AirTag, basically. And you set them up, you get them linked with Home Assistant, and then you put them under all of your sinks. And anywhere where water might leak that you'd like to know that you don't obviously can see directly all the time. Just peace of mind, especially if it's someplace you're not all the time. It'd be kind of nice to know that there's a couple of gallons of water that are leaking out of a burst pipe when I'm an hour away and won't notice for a while. So set up those, pretty nice, peace of mind. I also installed, so I'm not a smart lock guy, okay? I like doing lock picking and all that stuff, and so I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'm not into like all of those sorts of things. That's not me. However, this particular smart lock is not a smart lock the way that you would traditionally think of it. Well, now I have a big keypad or some other thing, and I take my phone and do all this stuff. It goes inside the deadbolt that you already have. So you look from the outside, it's the same door lock you had before. It's just the internal deadbolt mechanism gets replaced with this. And what that allows you to do is, if the battery dies in it, it can't talk to the network or whatever. It doesn't matter. You can use your key and unlock and lock whatever. But what it allows you to do when the battery isn't dead and it is connected is monitor the state of the lock and change the state of that lock remotely. So this solves my problem is, did I actually remember to lock the door? I can now check and see whether that deadbolt is in the lock state or the unlock state. And if it's in the unlock state and I'm not there and I forgot to lock it, then I can press the button and lock the door. Pretty handy little device. Of course, that's not it. There's plenty of other expansions. Things tend to snowball with home automation once you get started. It just happens. You add one thing, you're like, wow, that was really cool. Imagine all the stuff I could do now that I have water sensors everywhere. Then you're like, oh, but it'd be really cool if I could remotely figure out, like, if I left like the oven on. That would be pretty sweet. How would I do that? So there's this device called an Emporia View 3 home energy monitor. This goes inside your breaker box, and it has little clamps and big clamps that go around all of your circuits in your breaker box. All right, and what this allows you to do is to monitor the power usage for each breaker. And when you're setting this thing up, and this is actually quite a bit of setup. If you're here for like the beginner guide to Home Assistant, don't do this. This is involved. Besides the fact you're dealing with electricity and all of that stuff, like if you looked at that and you're like, that's scary, then don't do this. Because it is a little scary. But you clamp these clamps on every circuit, and you label them in the device itself, and then it knows what all of the circuits are for, and it now measures how much current's flowing through each of those circuits. So it's kind of handy. Even handier, most people that get a system like this also have some sort of solar setup, and what they want to kind of know is what usage is going out and what usage is going in, and this is part of a larger ecosystem, and in fact, these devices support solar. This is the one device where I broke the rule about phoning home. This one supports not phoning home, but you have to reflash the firmware with like an open source firmware, which again, it was already involved getting this set up. I wasn't quite ready to do that, and like, it's not just like, oh, you have to log in and then like change like install software. It's like you have to open the box and then like do a hardware flash, and you have to clamp stuff on. Like, I've done that stuff, and it's like, I'm here to relax, guys. I'm not here to like flash ESP32 firmware on this device yet, but maybe talk next year, maybe we will do that. Yeah, this is, so I said that I didn't really want to do any of that home automation stuff. And mostly that's true, but they make these really cool smart curtains. And what they do is they clamp on your existing curtain infrastructure, and they allow you to automatically open and close your curtains. And it was just too sweet to pass up. Once everything else was all set up, and you're like, what else could I do? You know, it would be kind of, no, one of the things I notice is every time I come in the cabin, I unlock the door, and I open the curtains, let some light in. And every time I leave, I close all the curtains and I lock the door. I'm already can automatically lock and unlock the door when I leave. It'd be kind of cool to have a checklist of all the things I do when I leave the cabin, and as many of those as possible, it automatically does for me. That'd be kind of cool. So that's how I convinced myself that this was a really important thing to buy. In addition to that, I typically don't use a lot of smart plugs. This Casa smart plug is one that does work well with Home Assistant. I had one use case where I wanted to set up some string lights, you know, some decoration, make it look nice, and the plug that go over an archway, and the plug that it went to is in this hard to reach spot actually behind all of my firewood. And so that meant every time we wanted to turn the lights on, you'd have to like remove some logs, unplug it, and like, I didn't want to do that. So now I have a smart plug for that particular light. So now I can turn it on and off when I want to. So I did end up setting up a leave cabin button that closes the curtains, turns off the light, that one light, and locks the doors for me now. So I did break down and do a little bit of home automation in that way. So yeah, what does that look like? It's like you're going to like a play or a movie theater or something, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I ended up the curtain next to it. I also set it up for that too. So now there's a whole thing. They both go. It doesn't play any sounds or anything. Doesn't play any like dramatic music. It just it just opens the curtains. Yeah. All right. So what's my current setup look like? Let's do a live demo. All right. So let's see if I can shrink this a little bit because yeah, here we go. So this is the interface. Well, that's actually probably too small for you folks, isn't it? So, looks good for me, but all right. So the thing about Home Assistant is when you add devices, you can assign them to zones. A zone in the Home Assistant, you might think of like as a room in your house or some section of your property or something like that. It's basically a bucket that describes where this thing is or what this thing is involved in. So I use it mostly for inside. I define the rooms in the cabin. And if I have a device in that room, then when I add it to Home Assistant, I say, yeah, it's in the front door zone, for instance. The front door zone is all the things that are in the front door. What's in the front door? Like my camera, my PoE camera, which you can see here. This is a live feed. So there's no one robbing my cabin right now, which is good. And you can see all of these, you can see my mouse. You can see all these little notifications here, right? These are all the things that you can trigger. You can do motion triggers. Don't necessarily recommend that unless you have a place where you know you're not going to get a lot of motion. But the cool thing is you can click on each of these things. So like, for example, would it be a good idea for me to trigger some sort of motion thing? You can see you can click on it and see the history of how often this thing would alert you if you did set a notification based on it, right? And all of these things, like it has a pet, they call it the pet notification. I think it's actually more of like the other one they call it an animal, but the same sort of thing. A dog or cat-shaped object. And yeah, locking mechanism, I can lock or unlock things. Outside, I have the camera and I have a thermometer that tells me the humidity and temperature. It's nice to know. And again, cameras in all the different places in the hallway. That's where I keep track of both my temperature. And once I set up that circuit monitor, then if I have a circuit that I know is specific to a particular room or area, then I assigned it when I added it to Home Assistant to that zone. So now I can say, how much power is this room drawing overall? And that's kind of handy sometimes. It's actually really handy if you want to figure out what outlet belongs to what circuit. You can plug in something big and then look at your app and be like, oh yeah, it looks like this circuit's now drawing like an extra 20 watts or whatever. So it's pretty handy. Yeah, and the living room. So yeah, I do have curtains. You can remotely control the curtains. I don't have a camera inside. I don't really want to set a camera up inside. That feels kind of weird. So I'm not going to like do a cool demo where you see the camera live opening and closing or anything like that. But yeah, I can remotely open and close this if I forgot. And these are those lights that I thought were cool. And yeah, I set up a couple of hot switch buttons here. So these are just a couple of like quick actions. So it makes it relatively easy to script actions. It's semi-easy. The way that this is one area in Home Assistant right now that even if you use the UI, it's a little convoluted. You have to like set up a couple of stages of things to set up a script. It's a little annoying, and it's not entirely intuitive, but it's still not too bad. And then at the end, you have a button you can press that does the thing. Oh yeah, and it monitors my energy distribution and stuff. And so this is the default dashboard. If you set up Home Assistant, you will get one of these for free. And whenever by free, I mean you don't have to do any additional setup other than say this device belongs to this zone and create zones for your place, your house, based on what you want to see, and it automatically will organize everything. And then they also have you can set up a graphs one. This is one I set up by hand, where basically I just said it knows which items provide graphable data. And so when you say, I want to set up a graph, it's like, well, here's some things you could choose from. Like, yeah, I want all of those thermometers and graph the temperatures they get. And again, here's a different example where you can tell me the 2 or 3 times we were there. Well, actually, just the 2 times that we visited the cabin recently because of the spike in the internal temperature. And also energy consumption, and you can see that the little fridge that's there is not that great. It can't really maintain 40. It's like one of those like dorm, not the dorm ones, but like that tall dorm ones, you know? And so they're not great, you know, but it's a cabin, come on. It's fine. So it's pretty much empty, so it doesn't really matter. The other thing I did set up was a security window here. And so I added a couple of things. Notice this, I want to highlight this. The one downside to doing, in particular, Bluetooth things with Home Assistant is that sometimes reception could be an issue. Now, this isn't a giant cabin. It's not that far away, and for the most part it works, but every now and then there's enough interruption where it loses the connection, which is kind of annoying. But see, the back door's locked, front door, I know is locked, but recently it dropped off the network and it'll reconnect at some point. And so I decided to set up like a security dashboard where just all the security related things, all my locks and doors, and then camera, like I'm pretending like I'm a security guard with all the camera feeds kind of going off at once. All right. One final thing I will show just briefly. I'm not going to get in the weeds of this, but I think it'd be useful for you to see the settings a little bit. So here's the settings window. There's a lot of settings, things you can do. One thing that's nice is it lets you know when there's an update to perform. So you do this, you can update Home Assistant and all the software that you use from the UI. You don't have to like, now open a terminal, and none of that nonsense. You just go to the UI and do it. But devices and services is what I want to point out here. See this Discover thing? Whenever a new device appears that you have not configured yet, it shows up there. So you go to this page and you're like, oh, there's all these devices I can support. And down here you can see all the categories of devices that this supports. So I have a Bluetooth device. I have this is those temperature probes I was talking about. This is that circuit breaker thing I was talking about. And there's all kinds of other, this is the curtains. And there's so any device would sort of show up here. There's all these extra stuff. Oh, the sun is another interesting one. So there's a sun device, which is outside. It's not inside. And it has events daily. And so you can monitor that here. And there's nothing, this is built in, because what it does is it finds out, Home Assistant knows, you tell it where you are, and so it knows sunrise and sunset. And that allows you to do things like if you decided to get some smart curtains, you could tell it that, you know, about 30 minutes before sunrise, it'd be like official sunrise, and when it's actually starting to be light outside, it's a little bit different, at least at this particular place is. And so like 30 minutes-ish before sunrise, it'd be kind of cool to open this one curtain that kind of gets you a view of the sunrise. That'd be kind of nice. So then when you wake up and you have your coffee, and if I'm there. That's the other thing, is like, don't do it when I'm not there. But when I'm there, it'd be kind of nice to just open and like look at the sunrise and enjoy the peace and quiet. Yeah. So you could do all those things because you can monitor the sun. You can also be like, if you wanted to, when it's dark and it's nighttime, close everything if you wanted to. All right, so that's enough of that. Let's go back to the slides. All right, future plans. I mean, honestly, he says, it's mostly set up how I want. I don't really need, and now it's going to be recorded on camera, I don't really need anything extra. I'm just talking to the camera right now. But it would be kind of cool to have some more smart curtains. They really are sweet. And there are a couple of more curtains that it's expensive though. But there are a couple more curtains in the house that would be kind of nice to automate. It'd be kind of cool to set that up. So I kind of would like some more of those. I could improve image detection. I was telling you, I rely on the Reolink built-in image detection. There's one camera in particular that got so many false positives for what it thought was a person and I think it just has to do with the light flowing through shadows, through the trees and stuff. It would trigger it all the time. So, I have video. It's definitely not Bigfoot, as far as I know. But yeah, so I could improve it. There are extra add-on devices you can add that basically add some sort of off-boarded AI image detection kinds of stuff that you could use. If I can get one that's local, I might set that up. Maybe that'd be kind of nice. I might add some more window sensors. It'd be kind of cool to set. I have door sensors. It'd be kind of cool to know if like I leave a window open when we're not there. That'd be kind of nice. Maybe some motion sensors. I do not want cameras inside, but it might be kind of nice to have like a basic motion sensor because it really shouldn't trigger unless like, I don't know, a mouse gets in or something, but which it shouldn't. But that would be good to know too if that happens. And finally, so this is on well water, and it'd be kind of cool to have a water flow monitor. They sell these. These are also somewhat expensive, but you put them in line, and they will let you know how much water you're using. And in theory, if I'm not there, I really shouldn't be using any water. And if I start using a lot of water, that's a problem, and it should really let me know. All right, so thank you. Here's all the devices and things. These are direct links if you would like to buy them. For your own Home Assistant thing, if you want to set up everything like this, of course, the talk is there. Thank you so much for coming, and now I can open it up to any questions that anyone might have. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
So I am intrigued by automated locks, but I was wondering, how do you balance the security frame between having a lock that you can remotely trigger versus now having the security question of potentially having a software pathway into your house?
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. So so this, I think everyone heard because it was amplified, right? So, but basically, like, how do you deal with the fact that it's a smart lock and you could remotely unlock your house? That is true. However, the threat model for that is someone who's still physically at your house. Unlocking my house over the internet when you're not nearby doesn't really help you as an attacker. And anyone who is a hardcore hacker who can't pick that Schlage lock on the cabin, I shake my head at you. You should be able to pick that lock in 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and get in. Otherwise, it's like a coordinated. So I'm not that worried about it because I actually think the threshold to break into the cabin is through the smart lock is harder in this case. Because also, this isn't like cloud infrastructure. This means breaking into my home infrastructure and compromising my home network, which is a whole other thing that I do things to make hard. Thank you. Yeah. Other questions?
Just a quick question. Since a lot of home automation stuff out there tends to just assume that you're the only person in the house, how does Home Assistant deal with having multiple people and delegating to them, like, hey, let them lock the door, open the curtains, or whatever?
Yeah. So the way that Home Assistant handles that is you essentially add users, and you to allow other people to interact with this, you add a user, they install the app in particular on their phone, but by setting up the account, they can also just open up a laptop or access like the web URL as well. And once they do that, then they can access all the same things. There's probably fine-grained access controls. If I don't do any of that, this isn't work. This is my cabin, so I'm not going to do like ACLs on my cabin's network. But yeah, so you set up an account, and then they can do whatever. And yeah, other questions? Sorry, we hit the mic. But the recording can't. The recording can't. So we have one over here. Then we'll get you next.
Two questions. One is how do you detect I'm not there? So do you have any automations where you can just leave the doors unlocked, the curtains left, and you leave the cabin, and some of these automatically kick in or trigger?
Yeah, so what happens, so first, how does it know I'm not there? So the way that it knows I'm not there is I have the app installed on my phone. Now, again, I want to underscore, this app does not talk to some sort of Home Assistant cloud service somewhere or whatever and report my location. It talks only to the app itself, or only to my Home Assistant server itself that's in my local network. So it knows where I am, because it's a phone app and I gave it access to my location, and it knows when I'm within the cabin zone, which is like an area, a circle kind of drawn around that general area. And so it knows that because of those connections. I have chosen I mostly use that feature to avoid noise in my notifications. There's a lot of things, when I'm physically there, yeah, there's going to be a person outside the back door sometimes, you know? So I turn all that stuff off when I'm physically, I don't turn off the animal monitors though, because it's pretty sweet. I've been inside at like the dinner table and get a notification that there's a fox outside. Now I didn't see it because it was dark, but it was like 5 feet over that way, which is still kind of cool to know that they were like running by. But yeah, so I mostly use it to silence notifications. I don't do anything like when Kyle's not there, automatically do all this stuff, because I probably lock myself out of the house or something, you know, I mean, realistically. But then I can pick it. I told you how easy it is to pick my locks. So
one quick question.
Yeah.
In the Home Assistant dashboard or the UI, is there any coding that you had to do, or is everything plug and play, click through and set up?
Yeah, so the stuff that I selected here is largely plug and play. That I intentionally selected things because I don't feel like opening up a terminal and doing like a lot of like config file stuff. There was one or two cases I think there was one case where one particular device I set up, I had to go into like a config mode and paste in something I found from a guide on the internet or whatever. But that's the extent. I think they did that once. For the most part, almost everything else is entirely like either you have to some initial setup on the device, like if it's a Bluetooth thing, press down the button for a certain number of seconds so it's in pairing mode or stuff like that. But once it's available to be discovered, Home Assistant generally like discovers it. And then you say, yeah, add it to Home Assistant. It's all through the UI. Yeah. So we had a question up here. Yeah. Oh, I answered it? Okay. Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm curious, with all of these sensors, how many batteries do you go through? And how often do you have to go around just replacing batteries on everything?
It's a great question. So for the most part, these sorts of things, because they know that they are sitting alone in a house for a long time, they're designed to be very low powered. So for example, the curtains, right? They have a battery pack that claims about 8 months of battery life. And so that means, you know, twice a year, next time you're up there, you go and you maybe charge them. And there's battery notifications. Most of these devices also share battery notifications. So far, I don't think I've only set this stuff up for the last like 6 months-ish, and I haven't changed any batteries yet. Most of these things are pretty low power. I imagine like probably some of them annually I would have to go through and start like looking at. Yeah. There's one back there.
I was just kind of curious, being rather old school. When it comes to the automation, like for example, I caught when you said you had the deadbolt that you could still put a key in there and turn it. Can you jump up off your couch and yank your curtains open, or do you have to reach for your cell phone and press curtains open? I mean, how much of the stuff is now tied solely to the automated system versus manual?
It's a great question. I intentionally select things that don't require it, other than like that. Whoa, let's wake you up. other than that smart power outlet, you know, because it's hidden away anyway. Other than that, I don't do that. So the curtains, for example, when you tug on them a little bit, it senses that someone tugged on them and rolled them in a direction. It's like, okay, I'm opening now. And the same when you close them. When you tug on them the opposite direction, it's like, oh, I'm going to close now. So I guess you could really, you know, you could probably like hardcore like force it, but you don't typically have to. So it has a notion, that one has a notion of not requiring like electronics to open or close. You can just like start pulling on it and then it'll still automatically kind of open or close.
I have a question. So what does your VPN infrastructure look like?
Yeah, super old school. I climbed the OpenVPN learning curve like forever ago. So same reason I use Screen instead of tmux. They were like, dude, tmux is so easy to use. It's like, those screen key bindings are so burned into my brain, I don't even think about it anymore, just stuff happens. And it's like OpenVPN. I already have it set up, and I've had it set up for like 20 years or so, like 15 years at least. So it's just an OpenVPN connection between my home. My home is sort of like the home base, and then there's a VPN connection. The cabin connects to that, and I have a system there that just sort of forwards. The Home Assistant itself doesn't. That's something important to notice. Like, you can get Home Assistant where you can get shell stuff on it that has a VPN plugin you can use, so you can do it directly there. I happen to have another like standalone little laptop up there that does just general purpose stuff for me. That's always running. That I do like a port forwarding thing, and that does a VPN. Yeah. But it also means like from here I can VPN into my home, and then show everyone my cabin. As long as I'm on my home network, I can see. That's the other thing, is that this is not, none of this is public to the internet. All of this stuff is on my home network only. So once you're on my home network, yeah, you can see some stuff, but from the public internet, you can't see anything.
Hi.
Yeah.
Do you have a similar system or setup at your regular home? And if it's not, why?
Yeah, great question. So do I have a regular system like this at my home? I have a very minimal system. I do have a system like this in my home, but it's actually not nearly sophisticated, because my use case there actually started because my main home didn't have a doorbell. And it was like, it'd be kind of nice if people didn't have to like manually knock on the door. They at least had the option to press the doorbell. And sure, it's cool now to have a video thing, so let's set that up. And so that's just sort of, that was like the gateway drug that got Home Assistant in my real home, my regular home. Since then, I really haven't added much other than some temperature sensors in my fridge and stuff like that. I really am not that interested in like lights doing all this stuff. I just wanted a little bit of monitoring. So I think I did a couple of water leak sensors and stuff like that, but nothing, like I don't have like smart locks there or anything like that, because I'm there, you know, so I don't have, the use case is different. But great question, yeah. I think do we have time?
We have plenty of time.
Sweet, all right.
What are you doing for battery backup for all your devices? And like, if the power goes out, that means everything turns off as far as your Home Assistant server. So how do you have that set up so it comes back on and you can get access to everything?
Yeah, so I don't have any power redundancy there. I haven't set it up like a data center or anything yet. Yeah, yet. I have plans, but so that's something I haven't done yet. The main, what I would call a server, like I said, I have one machine that's always running. That's a laptop, like an old laptop. By the way, old laptops are the best home servers you could ever get because they have like a built-in 8-hour UPS. If you ever priced an 8-hour UPS, they're incredibly heavy and expensive. But a laptop has one built in. And so I just use the laptops for all my home servers now. And it's always running, and it has a built-in UPS, so if there's a blip, it probably didn't even go down. But otherwise, like when I've had the power go out and when everything comes back up, because I have PoE cameras, they just fire right back up. When they get power, Home Assistant fires right back up and everything resumes. So I've had power outages up there for sure, because I'm in California, and it's just a reality of life in California. I'm a PG&E customer, yeah. So like power outages all the time. So, but anyway, and things just come back up. Power's restored and things come back up. It hasn't been a big deal. But it's true, yeah, I don't have coverage when I'm not there. But because I've selected those things, if I went there during a power outage, turn the key, open the door, put some wood in the wood-burning stove, and we're good. Any other questions? Also, I'm going to be in the hallway too. You know, we can always chat there too. But any sort of final questions so I can clear the room for the next speaker?
question is like, what's the storage solution on your cameras?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
How much storage is your cameras using?
Oh yeah, camera storage. So each of these cameras do support micro SD cards, so you can put those in. I don't use that though. Home Assistant itself also supports. Whoa, I did it again. I guess it doesn't matter. We're going to unplug this, but Home Assistant supports. Storing local storage, so you could put like just an extra big SD card. It depends on how much you want to retain. In my case, I happen to have, so one of the other things I use my cabin for is offsite backup. Not over the internet, but like the old school, like carry a hard drive with you, right? Because if my house burns down, it'd be cool to have a copy of my stuff somewhere. So like when I go to the cabin, one of my chores is bring the hard drive from home up there with me and plug it in. And then take the hard drive that's there and take it back home so it can get synced back up. So I have like a big hard drive there that I'm already using just to have like an off-site backup. And so Home Assistant, it's very easy to connect to like, you can either plug it directly into Home Assistant if you want to do it that way, or like if you had like NFS or a Samba server, SMB server or something, it can mount like a network drive too. If you're going to do a lot of video recording, I would recommend that. But otherwise, on the local SD card, you can at least get depending on how many events you have, you could probably get like at least weeks or months worth, depending on how big your SD card is for Home Assistant.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered getting into like embedded systems software, such as like motors and stuff, to automate certain tasks even? Yeah.
So I have not yet. I haven't. I mean, not for this project. Two SCaLEs ago, I gave a talk about my knitting machine clock that I made that knits a scarf every year. And that's kind of like that, although I cheated and used a Raspberry Pi. But there's stepper motors and stuff, and I use Python. But anyway, I'm not there yet with this. I think a lot of people that want to do that with Home Assistant, they do it because you can get these like ESP32 chips really cheap, and they're very configurable. There's all kinds of guides online how you get this chip, and I do a couple of other minor electrical engineering kind of things, and you have a nice cheap sensor or some of these things that you buy off of Amazon for like $10, you can make for like $3 or something if you make it yourself.
You can get like 5 for 10 off of Amazon right now.
Yeah, so if you want to save money doing this, and you're willing to invest some time into learning the skills, for sure. But my use case wasn't for that because I'm like, I intentionally did not want to tinker with like soldering for this particular project. That's for my other ones, yeah.
The time is technically up, but there is a 15-minute break, so if you guys want to continue the Q&A for a bit.
I'll just do the hallway con thing, and so
Okay.
I'll be hanging out. People can, thank you.
Hello?
No. I just switched it on.
Okay.
Check.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh. I'll just clip it. Okay. Okay, you have the cards to show that.
I'll be letting you know when these times come up. You get a 10-minute, a 1 minute, and a 5 minute.
Hopefully we don't need this, so.
Quite literally.
We don't know.
Everyone uses it.
Okay.
If you're not using it, you're talk. Because there's like a 15-minute break in between each talk.
Okay.
It's kind of the time up.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Pri. You can just call me Pri. So this is Oops. I self-hosted everything. Yeah, we're going to be looking at many of the things. So I just have a lot to talk about. So we'll get started. So, okay, what are we going to discuss today? Okay, what does it actually mean? How I started out my old laptop. We'll talk about my new PC. We'll be looking at my portfolio, how that actually started with that. We'll see the growth. We'll see how networking and how dumb I was. The next thing is we're going to see 3 different things that I actually did with it as a sample. So yeah, Instagram to image, that's one thing. Structured storage, home to home assistant. And then we're going to see how wonderful my backups are. And we'll see the future. Okay, do I really need a second node or not?
right. I'm going to make my public service announcement one more time before I get started, which is I'll have pictures of the stuff I'm demoing, but if you want to see stuff actually happening, some of these things are pretty small. So if you want to sit up front so you can see, great, awesome. You're probably not going to see from the front row over there, but I only bite a little bit. We've already established this. I will not bite unless you ask. But yeah, if you want to see things actually happening, you're probably going to want to sit kind of in this area. But I'll still have pictures. All right. Oh. Oh no.
Can you check that you're at 1K 30 hertz?
Let's see what I can do. I haven't started yet. No. I don't know if I.
Check your red.
Awesome. Well, let's get started. So I am Ronald McCollum. I am a developer advocate at Grafana Labs, and this is Prometheus for Pets. And I want to say, first of all, I really appreciate the audience that came into this dark dungeon to hear this talk today, because I looked at all the talks that are going on, and it's like improve database performance and scalability, or use AI to build the next generation of applications. And everybody in here was like, nah, I want to go hear about how to learn if my doggy goes pee-pee. So thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's get into it. I hope this will be fun for everybody. I know what everybody is thinking when you're looking at this slide. You got a question, is this your dog? And the answer is no, absolutely not. First thing, this is a cartoon. It's not a real dog. Think before you ask a question. But also, no, I would never actually turn my dog into a Borg. This is my dog. This is Ruggles. The closest I have come to turning him into a Borg is to put my glasses on him, and I got such a withering look of disapproval that I never tried replacing his paws with lasers. So the world has lost a little bit, but Ruggles is happy. He usually spends most of his time napping on the couch, not actually a Borg. Okay, so what is this talk actually about? I always want to have kind of a problem statement, something that we're trying to figure out as we go through a talk. And so what it could be is really what it said on the conference schedule, right? It's about keeping tabs on your pet, seeing water consumption, outdoor times, monitoring your furry little friend. But it's not actually about that. It's really about having a fun project to experiment with IoT devices and data analytics and get to do all these things in a cool way. Like, whenever I'm trying to learn something, I really don't engage with it unless I have a fun project to do. So I'm hoping that this will be a fun project to inspire some people in here to do things they haven't tried yet. And I do want to start with a disclaimer. I hope this is obvious, but I'm not a veterinarian. None of this is medical advice. I am begging you, please do not automate your pet out of your life. We're going to look at things that can help you track what your pet is doing, but don't rely on devices, particularly homemade devices, as your only source of truth about your pet. Too many things could go wrong. You could lose power. You could lose wireless connectivity. Your pet wants to love you. It wants to be around you. Don't automate it out of your life. Please don't blame me if you do and your pet hates you, okay? All right. That's all the boring disclaimer stuff out of the way. I'm going to get right into what we're doing. And before I talk about what's on the slide, I want to say one thing, is that this is going to involve both hardware and software. And the fun thing about giving a talk like this is that in this room, probably everybody in here knows more about one side of that or the other than I do. But it's very frequent that people don't do both. A lot of times people get tracked onto one and they kind of ignore the other side of things. And I did the same thing. I got a computer science degree years ago. I knew how to push ones and zeros around. I could write software, but hardware was always really scary to me. There were all these like little bits and bobs and kind of black things with strings sticking out, and there's electricity in there and it can hurt you. So like I never really experimented with hardware for like decades. And then for some reason that I still can't explain, I decided to go work for an Internet of Things startup. And the first thing they did when I got into the office was they handed me a box of parts and said, hey, go build something cool with this. So I had to learn, and I found out it's not actually as scary to cross over to the other side as I thought it was. And in fact, now, years later, I can successfully pick up a soldering iron 9 times out of 10 without burning myself. So if I can do it, I think everybody in here can. So all of that is kind of background and preface to say there's going to probably be terms that I'm going through on this slide that you're not familiar with. That's okay. I just want to throw the words out there so you've heard them. When we get into actually using these things, I'll explain what they are. So we're going to use hardware and software. On the hardware side, we're going to use some IoT dev boards that are based on the ESP32 microcontroller, already throwing out the crazy words. We're going to use some simple off-the-shelf sensors that are cheap and easy to get. We're going to use, again, some cheap and easy output devices like LEDs and speakers. And we're going to use a computer. I'm doing all of this on my laptop, but you could do this on a Raspberry Pi. It can be an old server that you've got sitting in your basement. It really doesn't matter. All of these things are very lightweight and will run just about anywhere. And on the software side, all of this is open source. So everything I'm talking about is open and freely available as free software. We're going to use Prometheus to collect our metrics and be able to query those metrics. We're going to use a message queuing system called MQTT. Specifically, we're going to use the Mosquito implementation of MQTT. And we're going to use Grafana to visualize all of this. And a couple of programming languages. We'll use Python and C++ as we get into working with the hardware. So I'm going to start with the hardware side, mostly because that was the newer one to me, so I get more excited about it. I talked earlier, we're going to use ESP32 microcontrollers. What the heck is that? These are microcontroller dev boards. So these are development boards that have a microcontroller on them and then just kind of input and output broken out to make it easy to use. So what's a microcontroller? It's like the microprocessor in your laptop or your phone, but it's smaller and cheaper. And when I say cheap, the quarter up there is not actually because they only cost a quarter. The quarter is just to give you some scale as to how big these things are. But they are fairly cheap. These are a couple of dollars usually, $1, $2, $3 when you're buying them one at a time. They actually get cheaper the more you buy. So they're fun to experiment with because even if you do manage to screw something up completely and break the board, you can probably find $2 more and buy another one. I think the most expensive board that we're going to use in this was about $18 or $20, and that's only because it has a bunch of other stuff built into it already. So these boards have a microcontroller, and I said before that the microcontrollers are cheap and small or less powerful. That doesn't mean they're not powerful. So like I went to school for computer science 25 years ago. I had a desktop computer with a single CPU. I think it had 2 gig of RAM maybe, and like a 500 gig hard drive. These controllers that you're paying $2 or $3 for have multiple processors running at usually hundreds of megahertz each, but they also have built-in storage, like gigabytes of storage. They have hundreds of kilobytes of RAM, which doesn't sound like a lot today, but they're not going to run an operating system. They're just doing small things. That's plenty. And they have things like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and USB built in. Like for $3, you get something that actually is better in many ways than the computer I took to school to get a computer science degree with. So these things are super cool and super cheap, and they're small enough that you can put them in projects like this. And if you think about how you structure your projects a little bit, we're not going to get into this in this talk, but you can actually run these things for weeks or months off of a battery. So you can do a ton with these things very cheaply. All right, let's talk about the software side. We've got a few things. We've got Prometheus, which is a time series database and metric collector. So what's a time series database? Well, I think everybody probably knows what a database is. It's a place you're going to keep data. And time series data is just any data that has a date and time associated with it. So think about the weather report. You look at the weather report in the morning, it says it's going to be cool in the morning and it gets warm until the afternoon and then it gets cool in the evening. That's time series data. We're looking at data over time and it makes a trend. Or the stock market. Stock price goes up, stock price goes down. They've all got a date and a time associated with them, and you make these pretty little jagged lines. That's time series data. So time series data comes up over and over, anywhere you look. Like even if you think about your own life, you were a baby and you were really small, and then over time you got bigger, and then at a certain point you stopped growing. That's still time series data. You could put that on a graph and put your height on that graph and have time series data. Prometheus specifically is probably the most popular time series database in the world. I'm throwing that out with no evidence, but it's the one I see everywhere. It has kind of eaten all time series databases in the world. This is the thing that if you do any kind of cloud engineering, you're an SRE, you use Prometheus every single day of your life. It's everywhere. Every piece of software basically has some kind of connection to Prometheus at this point. So that makes it a good choice for this kind of project. It's easy to get, it's widely accessible, and there's a ton of documentation about it out there. All right, we're also going to use a package called, or a protocol called MQTT. And I have to put the expansion for that on the slide because I can never remember. It's Message Queuing Telemetry Transport. And it's just a way of passing messages between services or devices. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. And finally, Grafana is the kind of Swiss Army chainsaw for visualization. It can show data no matter what type of data you have, wherever that data exists, and give you a lot of power in how you look at that data, how you work with it, how you produce alerts on it, things like that. We'll look more at Grafana as we go too. All right, and the last thing here is I just want to say, like, nothing up my sleeve. I'm not even wearing sleeves. I'm running all of this on my laptop, so when I say you can do this with, computers that you have, even a Raspberry Pi, you can do this yourself. By the way, all of this is up on my GitHub. I'll have a link to my GitHub at the end, so all of the project files, the Docker file, the Docker Compose file. So anybody who wants this, you don't feel like you need to take a picture of this. You'll have it available. So in fact, I'm just going to go ahead and start my Docker Compose stack and let that run in the background while we go. Nothing up my sleeves. All right, let's talk a little bit about Prometheus before we get into the meat of things. So I've given the kind of background on Prometheus. The title of the talk is Prometheus for Pets. I really have to go into it. So Prometheus gives us 4 things that are going to be more or less useful for this project. One of which is, it is a database. Prometheus is going to store all the data that we collect about our pet. So super useful there. It also has a query engine. So it stores the data, it lets us get the data back out. And Prometheus has a ton of kind of deep analytical function that you can use to break that data down, to do statistical analyses, to do all kinds of cool data science stuff to your data. And we're not going to use any of it. We're just really going to say, hey, give me the data that I collected over the last 24 hours or 15 minutes or whatever. So it's there, we're just not going to go deep into it. Prometheus also has a UI. It's a simple web UI. It's good for running quick queries, seeing what your data looks like. To be perfectly honest, 99 times out of 100, if you're using Prometheus and you want to look at your data, you're probably going to use Grafana. But we'll take a look at the UI just so you can see what it does. And finally, Prometheus has a wide array of collectors for getting data into Prometheus. Mostly this is useful for things like cloud environments, or you want to collect data from servers that you're running. So we're not going to really use a whole lot of this, but I did want to point out one big difference between how Prometheus collects data and many other time series databases or databases in general collect data, which is by default, Prometheus wants to reach out and grab your data. It wants to ask for data and pull it back to itself. There's a whole bunch of reasons why this is a good thing. There's a whole bunch of reasons why it's a bad thing. Holy wars have been fought about whether push or pull is the right answer. I'm not going to take a stance right now. But I did just kind of want to point out, when we talk about scraping, you hear somebody talk about Prometheus scraping data. It just means Prometheus is saying, hey, give me your data. I want to collect it every minute, 30 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever you can figure. That's what Prometheus kind of does out of the box. All right. Oh, sorry, no, one more last thing. I thought we were out of the background. We've got one more bit of background. I said Prometheus is wildly popular. It's kind of eaten every other time series database. And there are a lot of reasons for that, but one big one is this. This is what the Prometheus data format looks like. When Prometheus scrapes data from anywhere that has data, it's looking at this. And this is just a text file, right? Everything in Prometheus is a text file. Every single line is a metric. So a metric has a name. It has some optional labels, which are key value pairs that just describe the data, and it has a value. It has a 64-bit floating point value. That's it. Every Prometheus metric looks like this. I talk about the labels, so you have a name of a metric like CPU usage. Maybe you've got multiple CPUs. So the label says this is CPU 0, this is CPU 1, this is CPU 2. So you can use the same metric name, but still track multiple different values. But this is part of why it's so popular. It's really, really, really easy to build a system that emits metrics in this format. I've literally done it in a bash script. So you can create Prometheus metrics super easily in your own applications. All right, so now we finally got through the background stuff. Let's get into building a project. So the first thing I want to do is build a sensor for a pet door. Just know how often the dog is going in and out of, or a cat, is going in and out of the pet flap. So we're going to start with a microcontroller. And in this case, I'm using, I know nobody can see this, this is a Adafruit QT Pi microcontroller. So I'm using microcontrollers from different companies, different brands, just to show that these things all work the same way. And this is called a QT Pi because it runs Python. Yeah, even though this thing is only a couple of bucks, it's powerful enough to run a Python interpreter and run Python code for you. So this makes it really, really easy to quickly develop applications for this kind of device. You literally plug it into your computer, it shows up as a USB stick, you drop your Python code on it, and it just starts running. So super cool, super fast for development. And then we're going to connect a sensor to this. And the sensor we're going to use is, hopefully still on the table, an accelerometer. It's about the same size as the dev board, it's about the same size as the end of my thumb. And what an accelerometer measures is acceleration. That is to say how fast the change in velocity is, how fast you are changing speed. Now, you probably start to think at this point, that sounds like there's going to be a lot of math involved. He's going to keep track of how fast the door is swinging and then subtract it from the last time it swung and see did it move fast. And like, yeah, I could do that stuff. But I'm actually using an accelerometer because I'm cheating. This is really, really easy way to tell the orientation that something is sitting at. And the reason is because gravity is acceleration, right? Like I stand here right now, I'm experiencing 9.8 meters per second in this direction of acceleration. So what I can do is I can take this accelerometer, which measures acceleration in all three axes, and I can say if this thing's just hanging there, this axis is not experiencing acceleration. It's not really being affected by gravity, so its acceleration is 0. If I flip it this way, its acceleration is negative 9.8 meters per second squared. It's being pulled down this way. And if I flip it the other way, it's positive 9.8 meters per second squared. So I can just tell just by reading one value whether this thing is flipped this direction, or hanging up and down. So accelerometers are super useful anytime you find yourself wanting to know like where an object is in space. So what I did is I got a pet door. I've got the microcontroller Velcroed to the top. One thing I didn't mention is every project in this, I specifically chose boards and sensors that you do not need to solder. So all of this can be done just by connecting wires together. And I've got parts lists on GitHub as well. So I'm just going to connect the wire up to the microcontroller. And again, I just Velcroed the thing onto the pet door. So it's just kind of hanging there, ready to sense. So there's the hardware. The final bit is the software. We're going to use Prometheus to grab data from this pet door and find out whether it's open or closed. So Prometheus, in this case, is going to scrape data. I've got a Prometheus environment running on my laptop. It's going to reach out to this thing and ask it every, I think, 5 seconds, are you open or closed? Actually, it's going to ask how many times have you opened or closed. And this is what the code looks like. The code fits in 2 slides. We don't have to go through it line by line. Again, it's all on GitHub. But I just want you to see how little code is necessary to build something like this. So because this is Python, it's really easy to set up things like a web server. So Python has a built-in web server. So the first 3 lines up there are just create a web server and connect it to Wi-Fi. And then after that, I'm going to set up the data that I'm going to send to Prometheus. So every time Prometheus asks for data, it's going to look on this /metrics path for data. I'm going to send it back a count of all the times that this door has opened or opened entry or exit. And I harped earlier about how simple that Prometheus data format is because of this right here. Like, this is Python. I could have gone and downloaded a Prometheus library. They exist. I could put that on there. But all I'm counting is just 2 little counters. And the format is so simple. So all I'm doing is just saying, like, spit out that Prometheus format as text whenever Prometheus asks for the data. So this whole chunk down here is just literally the lines of text that look like those lines of text that I showed you when I was talking about how Prometheus formatting looks. And then the rest of the code is just going to be measuring the values. So while true, so we run forever. We want this thing to just keep running infinitely, do its job. We're going to grab the acceleration from the accelerometer. We get X, Y, and Z axes, unless you're Canadian, in which case you get X, Y, and Z. And if Z is greater than 4, we say that we add 1 to the entry. Why greater than 4? No real reason. It was kind of a good value. Remember, gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared, so about 10. And I said, yeah, I could, somewhere between 4 and 5 is probably about this angle, and I'm going to assume the door is open. Like, I don't want to actually measure it if the door just twitches a little bit, but I don't want to expect the dog to have to raise the door all the way up. So my purely scientific method of picking a number out of thin air seems to work. Likewise, if we get a negative 4 value, then the dog's gone through the door the other direction, so we'll add 1 to the exits. And otherwise, we just assume the door's closed. And so we just do this over and over and over, and that server.poll just says, if Prometheus has asked for the data, go ahead and send it. So just respond to Prometheus if it's asked. And then we sleep for a quarter of a second. There's no need to run this in a super tight loop. It uses up a lot more power on the battery that I'm going to plug into this. And it also gives us kind of a cheap debounce. Like if the door is right on the margin and it's kind of bouncing there a little bit, if we give it a quarter of a second, it's probably moved so we don't get multiple counts of an entry or an exit. All right, so the moment of truth. Let's see if the demo works. I'm always nervous right up to this point because I'm not 100% sure that all of my wireless networking is working. So I've got a little cell phone battery here, a cell phone battery charger. I'm just going to turn that on. You may be able to see a little blinking light on the top of the microcontroller as it boots up and connects to Wi-Fi. So this is Prometheus. I told you before, Prometheus has a very simple UI. This is the Prometheus UI. So I've configured Prometheus to scrape, I think, every 5 seconds and ask for the values from this store. So one thing we can do is look and see, Prometheus always gives you a default metric called up. So is the thing responding at all? And yeah, awesome. Here's our door flap, and we've got a value of 1, meaning it's up and responding. So let's just pretend I'm a dog, and I'm going to go out the door, and I'll come back in the door, and I'll go back out again, and maybe I come in the front door because I just wanted to follow my human, and I go out, and I actually do that a couple of times because it's fun to annoy a human, and also because it'll give us a few different values to look at. So we've generated some data just by looking at the accelerometer. Hopefully I've talked long enough that Prometheus has had the 5 seconds to look at that, and now if we look, I called the metric door use counter total. Yeah, awesome. Let's zoom in on this so everybody can see. We've got 4 entries and 1 exit, which if anybody was keeping count, I think that's how many times I did that. So this is great. This is all we had to do to start getting data about what the dog is doing. It's not super useful data yet, but at least it is data. And we could do things like look at this in Prometheus, and let's look at, instead of the last like 6 hours, which I think it defaults to, let's just look at the last couple of minutes. So yeah, there's kind of a graph of what we got. Now remember, we're looking at a counter. I'm not actually sending an event every time the door opens or closes because I'm not sending events from this. I'm just letting it keep count of entries and exits. So that's why you see these lines always go up. We can do some cool things in Prometheus to adjust this so that we actually do get events instead of a constantly climbing counter, but that gets into the analytics in Prometheus. We're not going to get into that too much right now. I'm just kind of pointing out, you see this climbing line, it's because there's a counter and it's always climbing. If I do it a couple of more times and then wait 5 seconds, yeah, we get an even steeper line here. Okay, so that's our door flap. We're keeping track of the dog going in and out. It's a good start. What else can we do? We can see how much water the dog is drinking. So to do this, I'm going to use a different brand of microcontroller. This is one called it's a company called M5, and this is the M5 Stick C+. It's got a nice little LCD display on the front of it, so anybody who's sitting up front is going to get to see that. Anybody else has to take my word for it that that thing is updating. Now, the previous microcontroller, we were running Python, which again, really easy to prototype things in. In this case, we're going to program this in C++ using a framework called Arduino. And if you've ever tinkered with IoT devices, you'll have heard of Arduino. They've been around for decades at this point, and have established a really kind of large following. Now, why would I want to do C++ when I just said I can run Python on one of these devices? Like, I could run Python on this device if I wanted, but why would I ever want to switch to C++? There's a couple of reasons. One, the Python interpreter actually does have a lot of overhead. So these are still small devices. Even though they're very powerful compared to my computer 25 years ago, they're still limited. And the Python interpreter does take up a lot of memory and a certain number of processor cycles on the device. So for simple things like tracking a door opening and closing, that's not a big impact. But if I start to do really major work on these devices, I want every cycle and every bit of RAM that I can get. So that Python interpreter just might have too much overhead for me. It's probably not in this case, but it can in many cases. The other reason that I might want to use Arduino, though, is because it has been around for like 20 years or possibly more at this point. They have a vast amount of libraries and documentation that exists that you can just pick up and use. So if you can think of it, there's probably an Arduino library for it already. You want to do weird trigonometric math on a device that doesn't have a floating point unit, there's an Arduino library for it. You have some weird sensor that you just learned about yesterday, if you Google it, there's an Arduino library for it. Anything you can think of, output devices, sensors, everything, there's an Arduino library for it already. So it just means you have less code to write because somebody else has already written it. You can just kind of snap it together like Legos. Speaking of which, the sensor we are going to use is a SCaLE. It's just a digital scale, also from M5. I think it can measure up to 50 or 5 kilograms or something, but it does it at less than 1 gram resolution. Really, really cool, and again, like $10. Plugs directly into this board. And we're going to use Prometheus again. But this time, just to prove that Prometheus can do it, we're going to send data from the device to Prometheus. So instead of Prometheus scraping the data from the device will send data to Prometheus. It's going to work about the same. And this time we're going to add Grafana into it to give some more interesting visualizations. And now, you guys know why I have the Legos from my 1980s childhood that were in my closet sitting out here. It's because that M5 stack, one of the cool things about a lot of the M5 products is that they are Lego compatible. So if you're prototyping physical devices, you can actually, like the SCaLE that I'm going to use is under this box that I built out of Lego. I'll show people after the fact if you want. It's a little fiddly to clip back on, and I don't want this to spill anything. So it's under there, but this is what it looks like attached to the base of my Legos. The Lego Spaceman is keeping an eye on it to make sure that nothing falls. All right, same as before, let's look a quick look at the code, 2 screens, and then we'll get into it. So this time, because I'm using Arduino, I did decide let's use some libraries. I grabbed a Prometheus library, and one of the things that provides me is this time series definition. It's saying I'm going to create a series of metrics, and I'm going to feed them to Prometheus. This is all encapsulated in a class, and I'm just declaring a variable to hold that time series. And then Arduino gives you 2 magic functions that run every time you run on an Arduino framework on hardware. The first of those is called setup, and that thing runs one time when the board is booted. So this is how you set everything up for your program to run. And so I just kind of do a bunch of boilerplate. C++ is a little more verbose than Python for these things, so I left a few things out, but you get the idea. There's a nice function that M5 provides for their board called begin that just sets up all the hardware. I set up the LCD and fill it with black. I set up the SCaLE and tell it, hey, use all your default settings. I set up Wi-Fi, so I've kind of predefined an SSID and password, and it's going to connect to that. I set up the Prometheus client, so I give it a URL where it's going to send data. And then finally, at the very end, I say that time series that I defined earlier, this is what you're going to send to Prometheus every time you send data. Now, I said there were 2 magic functions. One is setup that runs when the board boots. The other is called loop, which just runs forever. Once the thing is up and running, you just want this board to run until you tell it to stop, till you pull the plug. So every time this thing loops, what we're going to do is get the current time. We want to associate a timestamp with our metric. And then we're going to get the weight from the scale. So just grab those two things and hold on to them. And then there's a little bit of things where I'm using the LCD on this. It's got a nice display. I want to use it. So I'm going to display the weight of the water in grams, and I am going to do a couple of things that say, hey, if it's less than about a third full, I'm going to say empty on the display, otherwise good or full. So really just an excuse to use the display. After that, we're just going to grab that weight and time and push them into the Prometheus variable that we defined earlier and send it up to Prometheus. Now, there's kind of a cool thing that happens because I'm using this Prometheus library, is that it will track whether those metrics were successfully received. So if Wi-Fi goes out for 10 or 15 seconds, and I'm looking at this every 5 seconds, like my Python code is just going to drop metrics on the floor. It doesn't keep track of whether it was successful. This is a little more advanced, so it's going to say, hey, when the network comes back up, send all the data that you had cached. So I'm not going to lose things if I have a network blip or something. So there are times that using a Prometheus library instead of rolling your own can be helpful. All right, and then the very last thing at the bottom, we're going to just wait 5 seconds. So we're going to send a value every 5 seconds and otherwise just let the board sleep. All right, so let's do the demo. I was talking about this with a colleague, and he pointed out to me that this looks an awful lot like science, and that if I'm going to do science, I need to look like a scientist. So fortunately, my partner used to work in a biology lab many years ago, sequencing DNA, and one of the animals that she was sequencing was the dog, the first full DNA sequence of a dog. So I borrowed one of her lab coats. It's a valid, real lab coat. It even has actual science stains on them. I have no idea what those are, but I'm going to assume that they are known to the state of California to cause cancer. But yeah, how cool is it that she was actually doing the first sequence of a dog, and now I'm seeing if my dog goes pee. All right, so I'm going to put a bowl in here on the scale. And now because I have these science connections and I spend a lot of time on the dark web, I was able to procure the mystical substance that shows up in paper towel commercials. So, you know, they're always sitting there at a table with a glass of this stuff for some reason. Somebody comes along and knocks it over, and our hero sweeps in with a paper towel. Nobody knew till I found out what this stuff is. It's dog Gatorade. So we're going to give it to a dog. So I'm going to turn this on. I know nobody can see it back there, but the display is just showing that it is connecting to Wi-Fi. Once it connects, it should start showing a value on there. Does it show a weight yet? 1.1 grams, yeah. It does tear to 0 when it starts, which is why I put the bowl in there, but there's a little bit of It's slowly filling. Yeah, not a lot happen. It'll kind of balance out at probably 10 or 15 grams. Okay, so let's do this. I have to zoom this out a bit so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, thank you, Crow. So we now should have, we've got a weight grams metric, which should start returning data in a little bit. While we wait for that, let's go to Grafana. Please don't try to guess my password. It is definitely not admin. It is definitely admin. So this is Grafana running on my laptop. And I'm going to do one thing, which is change this to light mode, because I know it's very hard to see dark mode when I'm projecting on a screen. Okay. So I've got Grafana. Grafana is already configured to talk to Prometheus. There's just a data source defined in here. If anybody wants to see it, it just looks like this. So it's pointing to 127.0 or 17.0.1, which is my Docker container, nothing up my sleeve, and collecting data. So what we can do is create a dashboard. So Grafana is really geared around just visualizing data wherever that data exists. In this case, this data is in Prometheus. So I'm going to say point to Prometheus. And because I looked at my code, I know that the metric that we are looking at is called weight in grams. So really quickly, I just plugged that in. I've now got a nice dashboard with a single graph that is tracking the weight measurement. We're going to tell this to refresh every 5 seconds. And let's look at this instead of the last 6 hours. Let's look at the last 5 minutes. So now we can kind of see, yeah, this is where it turned on. It's kind of balancing out. We can now use this. So we can say, add some of this dog Gatorade. I'm going to really hope this doesn't fall as I pour it. Ah, beautiful. And now if we wait 5 seconds or possibly 10, depending on how badly I judge things. Oh yeah, perfect. We can see that weight go up. We can do the same thing the other direction. If a dog comes along and drinks some of this water, right? Everybody know what this is? It's right, it's a dog. Good dog, good dog. So it comes along, oh, I'm so thirsty. I'm going to drink some of this water, and because it's a dog, it immediately goes outside and pees. And then we should see that reflect on the dashboard. I'm going to put this on my paper towels in about 5 seconds, as soon as this refreshes. So again, cool stuff. Yeah, there we go. Dog drank a little bit of the water. The graph trends down. So cool stuff. We've got some interesting things going on here. But there's way more that we can do with this. There's way more interesting things we can do with this data, which is make it actionable. Now I'm in the paper towel commercial. There's irony for you. We're going to add one more component to this, and this is MQTT. I mentioned this earlier. I kind of glossed over it. Now we're going to get into what it does. So this is a message transport protocol, which basically means it passes messages from the people or services or devices that send messages to the ones that want to receive it. So what this looks like is you've got an MQTT service, this very lightweight service that just brokers messages. And then everyone who wants to send a message through to anyone else sends it to this MQTT server. And MQTT calls them a publisher. So I publish a message, I send it to the MQTT server, I'm kind of done. What happens then is we have subscribers. Subscribers tell MQTT, I want to receive messages. And it's totally valid. You could have the same thing be a publisher and a subscriber. You might have one device be both things at different times. That's okay. Now, why would I do this? Why put this extra layer in here? Why wouldn't I just say, hey, I've got a sensor that has data, and I've got somewhere over here that I want to receive the data. Just have the sensor send the data directly. It's easy, it's simple. Why would I add this extra step? The biggest reason is that adding this broker in the middle gives me the ability to make changes without updating any of my devices in the field. So I tell my devices one time when I create them, hey, you're going to send your data to this MQTT server. Then later on, when I have devices that want to receive that data, they also know about the MQTT server. If I had them just go directly to each other, had the device that's sending the data and the device that's receiving the data talk to each other, first of all, there's a lot I have to do. I have to make sure that device is listening. Hey, are you up? Yeah, I'm up. Okay, here's the data. Did you receive it? Yeah, I received it. I've got to write a lot of kind of boring boilerplate code to manage those messages. But more importantly, if I later want to say, hey, I want to add another device that's listening for this data, now I have to go back to every device that's sending the data and say, okay, here's another device to add to your list. And every time I add a new device that's sending data, I have to update every single one of those devices to talk to all the receivers. It becomes a really nasty problem to manage devices in the field. So MQTT is the central place to manage all of this. All it does is sit and listen for messages and pass them to anyone who wants to receive them. And now I never have to update my devices once I've created them. Now we're going to use MQTT to listen for alert data that's going to come from Grafana. So we'll see what the architecture of that looks like in a minute. But every MQTT message has what is called a topic. And a topic is just like the subject line of an email. It's what this message is about. And in MQTT, you can put slashes in there to kind of organize things in folders. I'm going to be really boring and say this is dog/alerts. It's everything to do with my dog, and this specific part of it is an alert. This will hopefully become clear in a minute as we start sending messages around. I just want everybody to at least have heard of what MQTT is when I put it up on this architecture slide. So we're going to build an alerting system with all of the components we've already got plus MQTT. So in this case, we are going to use yet another microcontroller, which is this guy. It's another one from M5. This is called the M5 Atom Matrix. And the reason it's called that is you can see it's got a matrix of LEDs on it. So we can do fun things with the LEDs, which we will. This is also going to run Arduino. Same thing as last time, C++. And in this case, instead of a sensor, I've got an output device. This is from M5, and they call it the M5 audio player. When I ordered this, I thought it would just be like little beeps and boops. It turns out that this audio player is actually a full MP3 player. So you can put an SD card in it and send it commands like next track, previous track, play, pause, all that stuff for just a couple of bucks, and you can control it yourself. You can build your own MP3 player. It's super cool. Okay, then we'll have MQTT as this message broker. And so what will happen is Grafana is going to look at the data that we have from these other sensors, and when it decides that there's something to alert on, it's going to send it to MQTT. It's going to be the publisher to MQTT, and then this device is going to be the receiver of that, so the subscriber to that data. And it will do something with the data. What will it do? Let's look at that. So again, 2 pages of code, and then we'll get to the demo. The first thing I want to talk about is a function here I've called MQTT received. Anytime I get an MQTT message, what do I do? Well, the first thing that I do is I look at the topic of that message, the subject line. Remember, everyone has a subject line. Every message has a topic. So we're going to say if that topic is the topic we care about, we're going to do something. Otherwise, just ignore it. Don't care. I don't care what this message is. It's not from me. So that's how we're going to determine if this message matters. And then Grafana is going to send this big JSON chunk of data as part of an alert. And this is normally great. This is fantastic because it gives you things like, here's a dashboard that you can go look at the data that generated this alert, and here's the data leading up to it, and here's some relevant other information, and it gives you all of this context that is not actually useful in this, because this is a very small device and we're not going to try to show a full dashboard on a 5x5 LED matrix. So I could, it's Arduino, there are libraries, I could install a JSON parser, but again, I'm super lazy. I went back to the same approach I used in the first build, which is I'm just going to look at that JSON data, not even try to parse it, because I know the only thing I care about is there's a status field, and if that status field says firing, then there's an alert. Otherwise, there's not. So that's what this does. It looks in the payload of the data, looks for status, looks for firing. If it sees all those things, it says, yep, we got an alert, it sets a flag. If it doesn't see those things, it says, nope, no alert, and it clears the flag. So here's our loop. Here's what we're going to run over and over on this device, which is we are going to start off with that flag set to false, assume everything's great. Then we're going to let MQTT look for a message. If we find that message, we're going to draw a happy face, and we're going to play, if we find that message we are alerting, we're going to draw a sad face, and we're going to play a sound, an alert sound. If we don't find that message, if we see that the status is false, the status is not firing, then we're going to draw a happy face and stop playing any sounds that we're currently playing. All right, so that's what we're going to do. I know, everybody's tired of demos. I'm not. That's why they're going to keep happening. So let's go back to Grafana and set this up. So there's one thing that I'm going to do right up front that I should have done before I started this, which is go into the alerting system. By default, Grafana wants to wait a little bit of time before it sends an alert. And there's a good reason for this. You don't actually want to, like something's like up and then it's down, and then it's up and then it's down. You don't want to fire an alert every single second because that's happening. You want to give it a little bit of time to settle out. In this case, I don't want that to happen. I want this to happen super, super fast. We're just going to send things within 1 second. So I'm updating my alert policy so that will happen. Okay, so I've got this dashboard. I've got the water dish that I am tracking here. So I want to set up an alert for this. So I'm going to save my dashboard first because it's going to make me do that. I'd normally give it a nice name. We'll just call it new dashboard. That's very descriptive. And then we can come in here and just say new alert rule. So I've got the data, I've got the dashboard. I'm just going to set up an alert on this. So all of this stuff is kind of pre-filled in for me. I could go build an alert rule from scratch. I can write Prometheus queries. It's kind of painful. It's much easier to just use a dashboard and say, yeah, that's the thing I care about. So it grabbed all of this from the dashboard. It knows I'm looking at weight in grams. The thing I really care about is the alert condition. So when do I want to alert? Well, I want to alert. I should have looked at what the weight is. What's it at right now? It's at 439 grams. So I'm going to say if that goes below 350 grams, then the water bowl is empty. In the real world, I would actually measure this and we would put a real value in. Grafana keeps everything in folders by default, so I'm just going to create one called dog alerts. Great, that's a good way to organize it. Same thing for evaluation groups. I'm just going to call it dog alerts. This tells me how frequently I'm going to check for the alert condition being true. Again, it defaulted to 1 minute. I want this to happen fast. I'm going to put it at the minimum 10 seconds. Okay, so what's going to happen when this alert triggers? Well, I predefined in Grafana, I set up my MQTT server. I just said point at my MQTT server on my laptop and send it a message. So that's all that's going to happen. And the rest of this is just extra data that I could add if I wanted, but I don't. I'm not going to do that right now. So now I've got this alert rule. It is defined. I'm going to turn on my alert receiver. So this is the subscriber to MQTT, and it's currently looking for Wi-Fi, and yep, we got a happy face. I've got it connected to a speaker, so we're going to turn the speaker on. And let's go back to the dashboard so that we can actually watch this happen. So dashboards, new dashboard, very descriptive. All right, so when this gets below 350 grams, then we know that the dog bowl is empty. So the dog comes along, it's very thirsty again. Big drink. Oh yeah, buddy. Oh, that's good. Big drink. That's right, go out. All right, you can see the weight. Tell me how much I've got there. Am I below 350 yet? 406. Oh, the dog's so thirsty. Come on, have some more. There you go, there you go. It's so hot outside. All right, I should have set a higher threshold. That's okay, the dog is so thirsty. 337, all right, we're gonna put this down. So remember, it's only looking at the data every 5 seconds, and then it can take up to 10 seconds to trigger the alert. But, oh, there we go, we see a big yellow line. That means the alert has now triggered. Hopefully, this worked when I tested it in the hotel earlier today. All right, well, this would have been great if it had worked. We'd play a sound and get a red smiley face. So everybody has to pretend that that happened. The nice thing is we do see that the alert did fire. Oh, it's in pending. Okay, it's going to sit there for a minute. I think I didn't set one of the other alerting rules. Yeah, this is one of the things that I meant to change the settings of on Grafana. There's a 1 minute period by default where it's going to wait to see if the alert clears on its own. Because again, if something just happens intermittently, you got an alert set up on like network utilization, and it spikes up for 5 seconds and then it drops back down to normal. I don't want to get that alert at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Nobody wants to get out of bed for something that's already fixed.
Oof, I'm thirsty.
And there we have our red, sad face.
Woof, I'm thirsty.
There we go. Yeah, I forgot to change the pending value. So this stuff can actually legitimately be useful. I'm going to turn this off so that the alert doesn't keep firing in case I forget and I turn the speaker back on. Okay. So this stuff is kind of useful. I genuinely do use things like this to say, reminder to water plants or to give my dog water. Again, I do not use this as my only source of monitoring things that I am taking care of. But this kind of is a little bit reactive. It's useful, but there is a lot more that we could do with it, right? So, yeah, one thing we can do is start to apply some data analytics to the data that we've captured. So I've got a dashboard over here. Is that visible? Yeah, reasonably so. Looking at how we can look at some of this data. And so we're just going to start with the dog door data. There's a lot that we can do with other data as well. But maybe I would just want to look very quickly at what the dog's doing. So I can pull this into Grafana. I can use that dog door measurement and just look at it on things like a timeline. This is a visualization called the state timeline. And this is just saying how many times the dog went out and how many times the dog came in. Okay, kind of useful. I can see if the dog's going in and out. Maybe that's interesting data. But there's other stuff I might want to do with it. I might say like, okay, this is actually time series data. I'm getting data with a metric and a value. What if I look at it as a time series chart? Actually, not a lot. This is kind of point in time data rather than well-connected data. So if I do these kind of analytics, I don't get a whole lot of interesting results. But if I graph it as something like a bar graph, maybe that gives me some trend data. I can look like, are there days or times that the dog goes in and out more often on average? That might be interesting. I can see things over a larger period of time. I can look at the raw data. That's probably more useful if you want to do analysis, or pull it into a spreadsheet or something. Again, I could think about it like a heat map. Are there times in the day that the dog goes in or out more often? But again, this is fairly sparse data. These are not the best uses of this type of data. It might be interesting if you put a GPS collar on your dog. So you might want to say, like, I want a heat map of the areas that the dog spends the most time in. So that's much richer data. That would look better on a heat map. But what we can do with this that makes it more interesting is start to mix the data that we have with other data. So in this case, I've got the green and yellow bars here vertically represent the times that the dog goes in and out. The dark blue line here is air temperature. And this could be a sensor that you've got on your house. This could also just be from an API online that you can get the weather data from. I can send people examples of how to do that if anybody's interested. But I could see things like, does the dog go outside more or less often when it's hot out? Is it, I might want to overlay the water data on here too and say, is the dog drinking more when it's hot out? So the idea of combining multiple types of data together really starts to show the value of even just simple data like entries and exits from a door flap. Compare that with temperature, you get more interesting things. And then there's one other thing that you might want to do with it, which is start to apply machine learning to the data, so predictive analytics. In this case, this is the one place that I didn't run this on my laptop. I did this in Grafana Cloud because I simulated a dog going in and out of a door for like 2 weeks, and I didn't want to keep my laptop open that long. And then once I had that, I built a machine learning model on top of it, and it looked great, and I did the cardinal sin of demos, which is saying, I can tweak this to make it even better, and I blew away all my data, so it disappeared. But I took screenshots before I did it. And so this is what that looked like. That may be hard to see because it's in dark mode, but what we have here is the orange line is my simulated data of the dog going in and out during the day. So you can actually see there's kind of a daytime period where it's going in and out, and then at night the dog goes to sleep and it does not go inside or out at all. And I ran this for several weeks, and what you get is a set of predicted values based on this data. And that's the fuzzy blue line that surrounds that orange line. That was actually generated by the machine learning algorithm. It's the Facebook profit algorithm, if anybody wanted to play with it. But you can see it does a pretty good job of tracking along that. It understands that things stay stable at night and then trend up during the day. So again, this is a counter. It's just counting the number of times the door was opened. Now, what I did with this is I changed my simulation. Once I had the machine learning model built, I changed my simulation, and instead of having the dog go out like 10 times a day, I had it go out like 10 times in an hour. And so what that looks like is this. That orange line spikes way up really fast, and it goes outside of that blue predicted range. Now, this is something you can also build an alert off of. So you don't have to say, alert me when my dog goes out 10 times a day. You just say, alert me when my dog is going out or staying in outside of normal values. Like if the dog's going out this frequently, maybe it's sick. Or if it's my dog, maybe there's a squirrel in the yard and the dog has to go outside and deafen it every 15 minutes. More likely for my dog. But these kind of things, these kind of data analytics are honestly fast and simple to do, but can give you real predictive value when monitoring any system, including your pets. So that's all I've got. I've got a few minutes for questions. Thank you all so much. If anybody is interested in reproducing any of this, this is my GitHub. It is up on my GitHub. It's pinned to the top of my GitHub as Prometheus for Pets. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. Go back to the slide that had the URL for Grafana. Oh, this one? Oh, you're not going to be able to access that. That's just my Grafana instance. I had that as my own personal bookmark to get there. I can tell you how you would get there in Grafana, which is if you're in Grafana Cloud, there is a link over here on the side under AI and machine learning. So you can just go in there and, I don't need to say that, there's kind of a wizard that will walk you through it. Go back to this, anybody that needs the URL. Yeah, the question was that there was some confusion about the Python web server I was using in the first project because it's not actually the Python server, it's Adafruit's implementation. Yeah, there are some differences between Python that you run on your laptop and the Python that will run on one of these devices. These are CircuitPython or MicroPython are the two main projects that run on those. And they do have slightly different libraries and slightly smaller kind of standard libraries. Yeah, question. Have I tried using ESP Home? Yeah, I use ESP Home at my house with Home Assistant all over the place. For anybody who doesn't know what it is, ESP Home is a way of kind of easily managing these stylo devices, and it will do a lot of the configuration of them for you. I use ESP Home a lot at home, and I actually pull the data from those devices into Grafana and do my alerts off of it. So yeah, that's a great option. Yeah, being lazy, it's the easy way to go. Yeah, you can expose it. He's saying you can expose the data through to Prometheus without even using Home Assistant with ESP Home. So yeah, if anybody wants to play with these, ESP Home is another great project to look at, and it will do a lot of the work that I kind of showed in this for you. I like getting my hands dirty. I like the nitty-gritty. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, so the question was, are there cheap sensors that will track relative location, for example, for a pet inside your house? The answer is yes. I've experimented a little bit with this. I've done it again in the context of Home Assistant, which is a sort of home automation hub. But ESP Home plugs into Home Assistant and is a way of configuring these kind of devices. One of the plugins for ESP Home is called Bermuda. And what Bermuda does is it uses the Bluetooth radio in these devices. And as long as you have multiple of these devices scattered around your house, it can do triangulation based on signal strength from known locations of Bluetooth transmitters to like a Bluetooth beacon. So the upshot of that is you can do something like put an AirTag on your pet's collar and use Bermuda with ESP Home and be able to say like, oh yeah, the pet's in the living room because the signal strength is strongest there, next strongest in the kitchen, which is next to the living room, and weakest in the bedroom. Yeah, question? Okay. Yeah, sorry, okay, that's a good point. I'm getting told that AirTags are not the best choice for that because they rotate their MAC addresses. But yeah, there are Bluetooth beacons is the generic that you want to use for that. All right, thank you all so much for coming. I hope this inspires people. If you build cool projects, email me. I want to see your cool projects, like genuinely, I really do. So thank you very much.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right. Everybody can hear me? All right. All right. Hello. Welcome. My name's Sam Hanna, and this is launching your first server. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself before I get started. This is my third time at SCaLE. I'm actually a healthcare technician by day, and by night, I'm usually a Linux enthusiast and self-hoster, and dabble on this stuff as a hobby, and became like a big giant passion that I've been doing for over 15 years, and self-hosting for about 8, and just recently, for the last maybe a couple years, I've been completely cloud-free. So I've hosted everything over my local network. I don't use anything stored, nothing like pictures or files, nothing's stored over the cloud. So everything is now local for me, and it's been pretty good. So and then came here to decided to kind of go over what I've done, and so for people who haven't done self-hosting before, it gives you a little insight of what to expect. So today we're going to discuss what we can do with self-hosting, learning some of the components we're going to be need to get set up, and then I'm going to show you a live demo actually. I'm not going to pre-record it. I'm hoping everything goes smoothly, but it should go. And basically, I'm going to turn my laptop right here into a server in front of you guys. So hopefully you'll have a little fun there. So just to give you a little, for people who haven't done it before, but self-hosting is basically the practice of owning your data, basically on your own hardware, something like a laptop, or if you have an old rig like a PC that you haven't been using, sometimes you can use that to use that. And when you host your stuff, you can pretty much have your stuff not relied on third parties like Google or Dropbox and stuff like that. So this actually helps with your privacy, and you can customize it the way you want. And also for people who have to pay for certain things, you can avoid paying for costs that require more space, especially if you're someone who has a lot of storage stored in the cloud, sometimes requires more out of pocket. And I'm going to show you a little bit later, but like with software like Docker, can make it a lot easier to set up a server. Now there's other applications or at least services out there that can help, but using Docker, which is something that's more reliable, and especially knowing what's in the back end of your system, can basically help too as well. So pros and cons, basically, it's pretty standard, but the pros would be that it gives you complete control of everything, of the data, your own server. You're going to own the hardware. No one has control over it. The applications are on it are also local, sorry. And you can customize the settings as the way you want it to. And you'll have the ability to secure the data effectively, preventing from other third-party access, and hopefully not having any potential leaks, but it should be private, and I'm going to show you how to do that. And can, like I said earlier, can reduce costs, especially if you're, if there's a lot of storage, you can also reduce the cost of that, and hopefully, host it locally. But the cons also can be that you can require some technical knowledge, and it might require some skill to try to maintain servers, maintaining regular updates, patching your servers with security updates that are required, especially when it comes to applications. The frequency of updates may depend on what needs to be patched, and it also depends on what the developers are hoping to do, how often they patch everything. While the self-hosting can reduce fees, but when it comes to hardware, electricity, and also downtime, a lot of times that can also be a lot of upfront fees. So you're gonna, if it's something like, especially what's happening now with hard drives and RAM being expensive, that can also be a high upfront cost. So that's something to look forward to. But you're hoping in the long run that your server will last a lot longer than the potential of having something in the cloud, where a lot of those services might cost lot more over the longer periods of time. So most common apps to self-host, now these are not all of them, but these are the ones that I've usually been using, and there's others. If you go to the site that's listed below, they have a lot of applications that are listed that can kind of potentially be alternatives to certain other services that you use. So for instance, like Nextcloud listed there is a good Microsoft 365 or Dropbox alternative. You can host your own website through your own server using WordPress. If you don't want to have your password manager in the cloud, you can also host it yourself with Vault Warden, which is a Bitwarden fork that's written in Rust, so it's lightweight. And it can run on pretty much any kind of hardware. Usually you can run it on a Raspberry Pi, and it runs pretty well. Image is pretty recent. It's gone really popular, too. It's basically a Google Photos alternative. Jellyfin, if you're into hosting your own media server, that's a great alternative. There's Plex, but with a lot of the complaints that I've been hearing from Plex, haven't used Plex in a while, but a lot of the complaints I've been hearing, a lot of people have been switching to Jellyfin. So it's been a good alternative to that as well. And you got audio bookshelf if you want to host your own podcast or audiobook server. And you got Navidrome if you want to host your own music server as well. And that's kind of like looks kind of like a Spotify alternative. So components of our self-hosting. So basically I'm going to show you what we're going to be needed for this to happen. So with self-hosting, basically like I expressed earlier, there's many devices you can use. You got single board computers, and the best way to do it is just repurpose old stuff. Like if you have a PC lying around that you're not using or an old laptop, those are really good things to start out with, especially if it's something you just want to tinker with. A lot of people do use Raspberry Pis, but from what with the pricing hike that's happening with the Raspberry Pis, I know they announced that they were going to raise the prices on them. To me, it feels more feasible just to buy just like a really cheap old Nook or mini PC or something, or even an old laptop. And these can be done headless or non-headless. What it basically means that headless would mean as a server that doesn't have like a GUI desktop. It's just a black screen with a terminal. That's something you might want to do when you're kind of getting experience. And if you're kind of gotten used to the terminal, then you wouldn't want to do that. But you can run a server with a GUI desktop. If you want to use it on a Windows or Linux operating system, they have enough features on the GUI desktop to kind of customize and change settings. So not necessarily required, but you can set up a static IP address for your server. Now this is meaning locally, not like a WAN IP addresses. I wouldn't recommend that because WAN or ISP static IP addresses can be expensive because they do charge for that probably. But this is for the local IP address. So when you have a device that's connected to your network, you get a local IP address like 192.168.1 or 2.0. So you want to have a very consistent IP address, especially if you're doing something like a media server, because something that needs to be have a connection constantly. You don't want that keep changing. You'll have to keep updating everybody to change the IP address. But you want something static so it never changes. And it's very, especially I usually make a habit of making a static IP address because it always makes me, remember what it is, and it makes it easier for me to, remote in if I need to make contact with it to do any kind of adjustments. And like I said, it's if you're using like a GUI desktop, it's pretty easy to make those changes. If I'll give you a little example. So if you I'm using Linux and I'm using GNOME, but if you go to the top right and you can see settings, and if you go to I'm using the Wi-Fi, But if you go to this, your Wi-Fi settings, you can kind of see that there's already an IP address already here. But if I wanted to, I can go to the IPv4 section and kind of change it to a manual, and then I can adjust it. But I'm not going to do that for this period right here because I don't want to mess with the settings on this, and I don't want this to go wrong with the setup that SCaLE has here. You can also do it in the terminal. Since I'm using Debian, Since I'm using Debian on the bottom left, you'll see the command there that's NMTUI, which is short for Network Manager Terminal User Interface. And it's pretty much a little simple TUI there. If we just do, you can kind of see it a little. And you can pretty much edit a connection through the terminal. So if you're using a headless server, this would be something you would want to do. You would just go to the Wi-Fi and you can actually make changes. Now each operating system would probably have a different method. It also depends on what desktop environment you're using. So since I'm using GNOME, Network Manager is usually the one that's installed. Oh, sorry. So next feature would be Docker. And like I expressed earlier, Docker makes things is going to make it a lot simpler for us to install our applications. And it basically is just a platform that allows basically our applications to be in a container format. And it's basically just an image that gets downloaded to your system. And then once it gets set up, it's already pre-configured. So all the dependencies, everything that's already that's required is already inside that container, so you don't have to really go outside and do any more installing any extra software to get it to get working. And it can also run on any Linux distribution, runs on Windows, Mac OS, so you can pretty much use any kind of operating system if you wanted to run as a server. And then just make sure that the application you're installing is supported by the architecture. There are some applications, like if you're using like a Raspberry Pi, may not support ARM. So you want to make sure that if you are using Docker on whichever architecture you're using, just make sure that the software you're using has that available for Docker. It's Docker image. Oh, and I'm sorry. So at the bottom here, I have a little couple command lines there, which we'll be using. Basically, the first one is the way to install it. Now, if you go to the documentation of Docker, there's a lot of documentations on how to install it depending on the operating system you're using. Since I'm using Debian, this first line is usually pretty easy. Just kind of like once I copy and paste it in there, it would add the repository, install the Docker applications needed, and then the next line would be to add my user to the Docker group so I don't have to use root privileges to use our Docker command. So don't want to complicate really things here because we won't be really using this, but if you're using Docker, you can run an application through Docker. The first line that you're seeing there is Docker run -d, and it's actually basically it's pointing to an image. Now, usually if the image hasn't been downloaded, you'll see that the image will get downloaded, and then once it's downloaded, you'll notice that there's a green check mark to let you know that it's running. And then when it's running, depending on what the application is, if it requires you to go to the browser, you would go to the browser, type in the IP address or the local host address, and then the port number required to access it. And then you have Docker PS, which is basically lists what Docker images are active and running on your system. So I'll give you a little screenshot there that kind of gives you, like, if we were installing Vault Warden, we can see that it is listed. It's been created 14 seconds ago, and it's running, and it's healthy, and tells you what port number that it's being used. And there's a couple other command lines that we can include. We can stop the service by entering the Docker stop Vault Warden command. We can remove it, and then we can start it if we want to restart it. You can also use the container ID. So if you look at the kind of on that image on the above, towards the right, you're going to see the container ID there. Hopefully it's clear enough. But basically, you can, instead of using the name Vault Warden, you can use the container ID. So sometimes if you're not sure what the name is listed, or if it doesn't come up when you're typing it in, you can just copy and paste that container ID, and you can use that to start, remove, or start the service. So another way to handle Docker is basically creating a Docker compose file. Now this is something I will be using in my demonstration, because this way you don't have to remember any command lines. You just copy. And most of the time when you're trying to install an application, they usually will have the Docker compose file available. It's already been preset. There might be times where you may want to change the port number. Maybe if you already have something using the port number that's already recommended, you can change it. You can change the volume. If you don't have to use the /, if you want to point it to a different hard drive, you can just change the section on the left side of the colon, and then just point it to the correct location you want it. So once it's saved, if you look at the bottom left, you'll see that it says nano docker compose. That's the command to launch nano and to open up the Docker compose file. Some people that I've seen use just nano compose.yaml. I think you could name it whatever you want, but I think it's I kind of just keep it as Docker compose, and then I have a separate folder for each one to kind of separate each service, so I have them a little bit organized. So these are commonly used Docker and compose commands. Now, there's others. There's a lot more. I don't really use any of the other ones. These are most commonly used because I like to, when I either want to install an application or update an application, these are the commands that I use. So if I want to install it, I would use the first one, Docker compose -d. If I want to update, I would shut it down first with the second line, which is the Docker compose down. And then if you use Docker compose pull, that will, if there is an update or updated version of the image, it will pull the new version. And then what you would want to do is use the first line to turn it back on, or not install, but you would turn it back on or start it. So if you use the very first one again, after you use the pull command, you'll basically, it will just update the application. Yeah, and there's ways to kind of do this automatically. You can write a script to do it. There's even an application called Watchtower that it's also a Docker image that you install, and it will actually update your Docker containers automatically for you. You just need to make sure that the applications you use work with Watchtower, because like for instance, if you use an application like Image makes changes to the Docker compose file. They may sometimes use either a different image, and so if you don't change it or make sure it's changed before the update's done, you could break the application. So you want to make sure that the application can work with something like that. Next thing, not required. I mean, I'll explain that, but really we're going to be using a domain name for our little simple demonstration. And basically what this means is instead of using an IP address to access the application or service, we're going to set up a domain name. So instead of trying to remember what IP address and port number it's on, you could just remember the name that you've set up or the domain name. And this kind of helps with setting up SSL certificates. So if you want to you want to use something like HTTPS, having a secure connection, having a domain name actually is required to set up an SSL certificate. Now you could purchase a domain name. There's plenty of places where you can get them. There's Namecheap, GoDaddy, Cloudflare does it too. There's plenty of other ones that can where you can purchase domain names. You can try it for free if you don't want to go and purchase one, if you're just starting out and you just want to get started, which I'll be using DuckDNS, so I'll be using that just to show you guys how just to set up a domain name and then how to get it set up on the server, and it'll show you how quick that would be. But yeah, you can just use any of those. And I'll show you how to make subdomains with them so that way you don't have to, you just use one domain and you can use it for all your services. So a reverse proxy is going to be needed. Now, we have Nginx. Now, Nginx is terminal, a command line application, but what we're going to be using, or what I'm going to be using, is I'm going to be using Nginx Proxy Manager, which is a GUI front end that allows us to set up our domains, set up the SSL certificates, and it's all pretty much point and click. There is some typing, but it's very easy. I'll show you that. But basically, it's allowing the your web services to be interact with your application with a domain name. So in order for any device to know where your service is, when you type in the domain name, it doesn't know that, so it uses the DNS, which is like Cloudflare, to point out where it's located, and it points it to your server. So your DNS server knows the IP address of your server. So that's how it needs to be. So it needs a reverse proxy. So when someone types in your name, it goes to your server, and the reverse proxy tells that requester that, hey, this is where this is at, this port number. So it basically kind of acts like a barrier for your services. So instead of entering just an IP address, when you type in the domain name, the reverse proxy reverses it so that way it knows where to go. So the reverse proxy handles all the SSL certificates, it decrypts it, makes sure that there's end-to-end encryption. So everything from there, it's going to make sure that everything is handled properly. I've never done it with the command line because I've tried to learn it, and it looks like, to me, it looks very complicated, but I've been just using Nginx Proxy Manager, and from that, I kind of run it that way, and it runs perfectly. So now, do you really need a domain name? Most of the time, at least maybe 99% of the time, no. You can use a VPN connection instead of using a port number. Now, if you're okay with using port numbers, you will be needed to use that in order to connect to your service if there's no domain name. But, it's just preference. It's not required, but there are times where maybe an application may require it. So, like, for instance, I'll be using Vault Warden as an example when I install the application, and that requires, in order to use it, an HTTPS connection. So that will require a domain name. But if it doesn't, there's plenty of other services, like if you want to use like image, or let's say you want to start a music server, those applications you can kind of connect without a domain name. So to help us connect to our servers outside of our network, we're going to pretty much make our server private. We're not going to make this public to the internet. So in order for this to happen, we're going to use an application called SCaLE. And if you haven't heard of it, it's basically a VPN that you're going to set up with all your devices. So all your devices will be meshed into one network. And as long as these devices have an active connection, or actively connected with SCaLE, it's going to basically keep them connected. So instead of using like a private IP address, public IP address, you're going to be using the IP address that's given to you by SCaLE. And this IP address is not routable to the internet. So this is only an IP address that's going to work in your SCaLE network. So when I spoke earlier about do you need a DNS to access your service, especially outside of your network, you don't. You can just use SCaLE and use that IP address as your static IP address. And then once you use that IP address, you can use that to access your applications, depending on what the port number is. So if you want to go in that route, you can. But what we're going to do is you can use the SCaLE IP address in your reverse proxy and your DNS settings. So it points, so you have to be on your SCaLE network in order to access your domain name. So it makes it even more private so in order for you to anybody to get access, they would have to be on your Tailscale network. And if you look at the very bottom, this is just the command line for this this demo, but but basically once you go on the Tailscale website, and if I show you just real quick, as you can see, if we add a device and you add a client, it could tells you what you would need to do. So if you want to do it through a command line, or you can have a guide that tells you how to do it, you can just select the device that you want to install it on, and it will show you how to install Tailscale on that device. All right, so that's pretty much all we'll need just to get started. I mean, this is not even basically the rest of it. I got some more at the end if I can get to it, if I'm done with the demo. But basically, this is going to be what we're going to be doing right now, or as soon as I'm done with this. Basically, we have a machine, and this is basically the laptop I'm going to be using. We're not going to do static IP address. I have it listed there because that can be something that you may want to set up. And if you are running this, having a device that's not local and you're trying to do it remotely, you may want to SSH in it. But since I'm using the device that we're on, we're not going to SSH in it. We're going to install Docker, install a couple applications, set up Tailscale as well, and set up our domain name, so that way our reverse proxy can point the domain name to our services. So all right. So the first thing I'm going to do on this system is we're going to go back just a little bit, and we're going to install Docker. So I'm just going to copy this line right here, and we're going to go back to terminal, and we're going to paste. And it requires a root password, so we're just going to install it. Now this can be done you can install Docker on Windows, so if you do want to use Windows, you can. But this method is specifically for Linux, and it's for my Debian. Don't worry about all that. I have snapshots set up, so it's installing the application, so it's making a snapshot of my backup, basically making a backup. So we've got Docker installed, and if we just we can see there's nothing really installed just yet, but we can see that it is working. So another thing we're going to do is we're going to use this second line, and this is going to give us our basically allow us to put our user or our current user into the Docker group. So that way we don't have to use we don't need to use root privileges to actually use Docker. We could just use the Docker command without sudo. It's already been set up. I already have it set up that way, so we don't have to, technically I would have to log out and log back in, but I'm not going to do that. And the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to set up a couple, or at least one or two Docker compose files. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a folder, and we're going to name it Docker. And I'm going to go into the Docker command there, folder. And we're going to name one, name it one more, we're going to call it Nginx. And we're going to go into that one too. So this is where we would do our Docker compose file. So we're going to do nano docker-compose.yaml. I didn't have it ready. Sorry. I have my Docker Compose files backed up. So we're going to go to this. We're going to copy this, and we're just going to keep it default the way it is. It's just, if we look at it real quick, as you can see that these are the port numbers required. We're going to keep them the way they are. And as you can see, it's going to point to, it has a dash dot slash. That just means that it's going to store everything in the current folder that it's in. So we're not pointing it to a different hard drive. We're just going to keep the data in the same folder that it's in the Nginx folder. So all we just do is Control X, Y for yes, and then enter. And then all we have to do is do Docker compose up -d. Oh, sorry. It's Docker space compose, not Docker dash. And now it's pulling the image. It's gonna, oh, good, it's not gonna, all right, it's gonna take a little time. Yeah, it's downloading pretty good. Okay, shouldn't take too long. But it's downloading the image, and then once it's downloading, we're gonna see that there's gonna be a green check mark to let us know that it's been installed. Thank God for the connection. I didn't think you, I thought it was gonna be a slow download. We're almost there. It's always that ending that takes the longest for some reason. It's probably because it's distracting, so there we go. Creating, starting, boom. Then we got those 3 check marks to let us know it's done. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to back to that Docker Compose file real quick, and I want to show you just one thing. I should have done it earlier. But there's, as you can see, there's 3 port numbers. One is 8080, and this is specifically for the HTTP protocol. And then you see the 443, and that's for the HTTPS protocol. The 81 is going to be the port number that we're going to access to get access to the Nginx Proxy Manager's application. So if we go to the browser, and if we just do localhost -81, as you can see, it's already pulled up. So we're just going to do it, just type in test. We're going to use that address since this is the theme for today. And then, as you can see, this is what it looks like. And we haven't set up a domain name yet because I want to set up SCaLE first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our slides and go to SCaLE. And I want to copy this line. And we're going to go back to the same terminal that we were just using. And I'm going to go back one more. And we're going to create another directory. And we're going to call it, I'm sorry, no directory, not yet. We're going to copy, paste that. And this is the same thing. It's going to automatically get the repository, update the system, and then it's going to install SCaLE automatically. Again, don't worry about that. It's just my system. I have it set up to do snapshots every time I do an install. Okay, so at the bottom there, you're going to see where it says sudo SCaLE up. So we're going to type in that in right here. And it's going to give us a link right here. We're going to hit right click, open. And we're going to, there we go. Click on Google, and we're going to click on our account that we want it to be attached to. Hit connect. We're going to go to the console. And there we go. Our device right now is added to the SCaLE network, and this is the IP address that I was referring to. This is the IP address that we're going to be using. So this will always be the same IP address. Unless you've removed the device and reinstalled it, then it'll give you a new one, but this will always be that IP address. So we're going to use that for our, to get access to it. So we're going to do one more thing before we get started is we're going to go to duckdns.org, and this is where we're going to use, get a free domain name, and we're going to use this to, for our tutorial here. And I'm just going to name it Home Lab with Sam. And it's probably going to log me out. Hold on a second. It tends to not keep you online too long, so, or logged in too long, so. Yeah, we'll do it one more time. And add. Okay, it usually shows but it will. And there we go. Okay, so as you can see, there's, it says Home Lab with Sam, but really the name is, the full length would be homelabwithsam.duckdns.org. So that's the full domain name there. Let's see if it would load it again. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this IP address right here. We don't want it to be that. So we want it to be this IP address right here. And we're going to go back. Don't log me out. Hit update. There we go. It's updated now. So this whole thing right here is what we want. Okay? We're going to copy that because we're going to go back to our proxy manager and we're going to create a certificate. And what we're going to do is usually you could create a certificate for each domain or subdomain, but what we're going to do is we're going to create a wildcard, and this wildcard is just going to be one certificate, and we're going to use the same certificate for each subdomain name, so we don't have to, because technically you would have to have multiple DNS entries for each certificate, but since we only have one entry, which is, because this is what it's shown here, we need to use a wildcard. So to do that, we're going to hit Add Certificate, hit Let It Encrypt with DNS, and we're going to copy that name, the domain that I just had, but we're going to type in the asterisk, dot, and then paste, and then just tap on that, and then we're going to go to duck DNS. So it requires a token, and this token is actually going to be right here. You just copy and paste this token, and we're going to paste it right there. I hate the spacing. There we go. And then we're going to hit save. And it'll take a little time, depends on the connection, but I think we should be good, because it's right now trying to make the certificate. It's communicating, it's using Let's Encrypt, so it's communicating with Let's Encrypt to create the certificate, and then as soon as it's done, it's going to let us know that it's done. You'll see the certificate listed, and we'll give it a little time. We're almost done. That's why I was saying I hope it goes smoothly. But it should work. It's not giving me an error message yet. Okay, we're going to try one more. We're going to do one more. We're going to do Vault Warden because that's the app we wanted. I'm letting it copy this real quick. And so we're going to go back to the Docker folder, and then I'm going to create another folder called Vault Warden. you spell it? Okay. And then we're going to go into that folder, docker-compose, YAML, paste it there. We're going to do /, and as you can see, we're using the port 8080, and that's the port number we're going to use to access it. And we're going to hit X, and then the same docker compose up-d. There we go. So as you can see that the certificate was created, and we're now downloading Vault Warden. All right, perfect. So now, if we do localhost 8080, as you get, that's weird. Anyways, they usually used to show, it would give you a message that says that since it's an HTTP connection, it would tell you that you cannot do anything unless it's done. It's probably because it's got it cached. Let me see if I can reload it. Clear. Let's reload and see if it works. Nope. Okay. Well, anyways, it won't let you recreate an account anyways because we're not using HTTPS. But what we're going to do, but like I said, you can use localhost. You can even use the local IP address that's given to access it. But that would only mean you can only access it locally. You can't access it outside the network unless you're, port forwarding. But we don't want to do that, and we don't want it open to the internet. We want it private. So now that we've got Vault Warden installed, and our proxy manager should be all set. So we're going to go to our dashboard and go to proxy hosts. And this is where we're going to set up the domain name. Let's do I know what we need to do too. I'm sorry. So instead of the local host, actually, I'm going to copy this IP address, and we're going to need to use the SCaLE IP address. And we can now access our reverse proxy through our VPN. And all right, perfect. So now we're using our VPN to access it, and we're going to need to because when we set up the domain name, once we click on the domain name, it's going to route us to our Vault Warden application. So we're going to create proxy. We're just going to name it something. The subdomain is going to be just pass, for short for password, and then we're going to do home lab with sam.duck.dns.org. Press that, and the IP address is going to be that SCaLE IP address with the port number 8080, and we just need to block comment exploits, and that certificate, the SSL, is for the certificate. So if we see, we're going to see the wildcard certificate that we used, and then we're just going to hit that. We're going to force SSL, hit save, and now if we click on it, that's what I thought. Why aren't you? Oh, you're right. Thank you. Well, I'll just remove it real quick. Better. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I'm doing it too fast. No, you can't, because it's created automatically, so it's. Okay. There we go. So now you can access your Volt Wharton software application with your domain through your VPN without opening any ports. It's private. No one has access to it but you. And if you really want to, you can do the same thing with, you can do like npm. We're going to create one more. And we're going to use the same IP address. We're going to do 81. We're going to create a domain name just for our Nginx proxy manager, just to show you that the wildcard will work with all of them. So you just hit save. And now I can access my reverse proxy through a VPN with my domain name. So I don't need to worry about remembering IP addresses. So as long as you're on your VPN network, you'll have access to your application. So, or applications, I'm sorry. And, but if you want to try doing this, if I just do, if I just turn off Tailscale real quick, and let's say I clear it, and then I reload, it's just loading now. It's not doing anything. It's not reloading the page, which means it's not working. You can't access your domain name without the VPN. So that shows that you have a private connection. No one else has access to it. As you can see right here, it shows the X is still loading. So that's basically it. That's the steps you'll just need to take to get it to set up the server. It's just a very basic one. I did only one application. There are so many. If you wanted to do is put a Nextcloud, set up Nextcloud as well. But yeah, there's so many things to do. How much time do I have? A couple minutes. So if you wanted to secure your server, this is something you want to think about. Things you want to think about is these are things you could do add a firewall to your system. Make sure you're using SSH keys. You can install fail to ban. This bans IP addresses that are trying to connect to your server. So if there's any failed connections, it can block it after a certain amount of attempts. You can have your application only be accessed by the domain name. So if you do your Docker Compose pretty in a certain way, you can have it where it's only accessed through the local host IP address. So even the local IP address cannot pull it up. So it forces it to use the domain name only. Make sure you update your servers regularly. Make sure also you do backups too. Anytime you get into self-hosting, you want to make sure you have backups of your system as well. These are just a couple. Yeah, go ahead. Almost done. There's a couple, things you could do to do maintenance. This clears up some things from the Docker system. And if you do updates on your operating system, if you're doing that command. This is on a Debian distro, so these are just examples. Yeah. And then just a little more. If you wanted to in the future, you can run your own DNS server using the same server. There's applications that can help you with that through Docker. You can make your server public. If you want to set up another VPS, you can install and attach that VPS through your Tailscale network and have it as the reverse proxy instead. And that reverse proxy points it to your home server, and that will give it a tunnel. So that way you can keep it public. You can have access to any device you want it to, but it'll keep your home server still private. And it will only have one way to connect through it, which is through the VPS. And then you could build a NAS, which is a network attached storage. So if you want to do, do a server that has a lot of storage on it, you can do that as well. And that's about it. So if you want to, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the assistance too, for the mistakes I made.
If you wanted to make your servers and services available to other people,
Yeah.
the way to do that is through the VPS setup?
Yeah, so if you wanted it, let's say you wanted it public and you didn't want, well, you wanted it public, but you still wanted your server secure. What you want to do is don't open any ports, and you would set up a VPS. So the same setup I would do is you install like SCaLE, and then you would install Nginx Proxy Manager on that VPS. And then what it would do is you would point that reverse proxy to your SCaLE IP address of your home server, so that SCaLE has a direct connection to your home server only, nobody else. So let's say something does happen to the VPS, let's say it gets compromised. All you can do is just destroy it, recreate another one, and all you have to do is, install SCaLE, install the reverse proxy, and have it do the same thing. So you're kind of using the VPS as a firewall. It's kind of that extra layer, but you are public. So if you have a domain name and you typed it in on any device, it would pull up. So as long as you're not, throwing out your domain name to other strangers, then, that prevents it from anybody trying to get into your system. But yeah, you would use a VPS if you wanted to publicly do it without opening any ports, and you still wanted your server private. But it's up to you. I would only do that if you had other people using your system, and you didn't want people, or if you thought if your friends and family members were going to have issues with, turning on a VPN all the time. And SCaLE on the phone is pretty easy. If they're trying to access it, once they're installed, all they have to do is it's just a simple switch to turn it on. So once they're logged in, they don't have to re-log in ever again, as long as nothing gets cleared, no data gets cleared. But once they turn it on, and you can still have it private, where only certain people can have access to it through your VPN network. But if you want it open and you don't want to deal with VPNs, yeah, I would do the VPS. But that's how I do my setup. I have certain services that I keep public because, for work purposes, I like to get access to my file server. So I do have it open to certain cases. But there's some services I don't want open. I only have a VPN connection. You're welcome. And we still got a few minutes. Yeah.
So you mentioned the importance of doing updates.
Yeah.
How do you manage that and check for them? Do you have a schedule? Do you read the news? How do you find out that
I would do a schedule. For this, I'm using a Linux operating system. There's only a couple commands you'll need to know. It's just sudo app update. I would just do them regularly. You could do them weekly. Don't wait months, but I would say do them weekly or probably monthly if you have to. I use Debian because they do security updates. They don't update, the entire system. So you're not going to get flooded with a lot of updates if you wait too long. But I wouldn't wait too long. But yeah, I would do it regularly, just weekly, have a schedule to do it. You don't have to do them daily. A lot of times operating systems, it depends on them, but if you're not using something bleeding edge like Arch or something, then yeah, it wouldn't, you won't be required to do them daily. But I would do it weekly, have some kind of schedule.
Cool,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've got a question?
I noticed
Yeah.
I noticed both the email address you had for Gmail and
Yeah.
have your own mail server set up as well, but have you considered that?
If you do, I wouldn't host it on a private. The only issue with that is that, well, I'll explain. The reason why is because internet service providers do not like it when you have and they actually block the port 25 port number. You could call them and try to have them reopen it, but they don't like it because they don't want you to have a private server, private email server, sorry. So you could do it. I would probably do it on like on a VPS, even though they will probably block port 25.2. The workaround with that is that you would want to do like an SMTP relay, which is if you're self-hosting or want to be self-hosting, you want to make sure you have your data. The problem with SMTP relays is you're relaying your outgoing traffic to a third-party provider, which defeats the purpose. So you would have to, it's a little bit of a struggle with doing emails. If you're okay with doing SMTP relays, then you can do it. But if not, you're going to have to deal with your ISP provider. And if you're using a VPS, you're going to have to deal with them because they may, if they see traffic, even if it's open, if they see traffic, they could block it and may not want you to use that port number. So it's really just you're on your own at the time if you're trying to do an email server. You could do it. It's not going to be easy. I did it once. I did it a couple times. I did it on a VPS. There's a couple. It's not easy to set up. So there's like applications that you can use. I used there was a application called Unohost, which is like it's kind of like a whole. It converts your server into like this. Big giant repository of applications, and you're using their repository, but they kind of help you with the DNS entries, tell you what port numbers. They kind of organize that for you, and then you can set up an SFTP relay. But once you get all that going, it works really well. But it's kind of there's a lot of steps to run an email server. Yeah, I would, I would probably not. I usually use like Proton Mail just to be safe, something if you just want to stay away from Google. But you can try, but it's a bit of a work. And to do it self-hostingly, like even locally, I wouldn't open ports. It would probably, that will just keep yourself vulnerable there, especially on a home router. God knows what people are trying to do to get into systems. So, yes.
Why would you choose Docker over just installing the app using native package manager?
You can. I just do it for unification. I want everything to be same. So I use Docker because I have everything all into one folder, and I actually have a script that just goes in and just updates everything for me automatically. You can do it directly. There's ways. You can do like the package. I know some applications have a package that you can install. If you want to do it that way, it's up to you. I just chose to do it Docker. I have a flow that I do when I set up my servers. So I had just quick install. I just have my Docker Compose files all set up. So I just run one command and it installs all my stuff that I need. It's all preference. There's no one way of doing anything. I mean, if you don't want to use Docker, you don't have to. Like I said, there's a service called Unohost. If you go to their site, I think it's like unohost.org. It's like you can download their image or you can convert your Debian. I think they're using Debian now. Debian operating system into a Unohost, and they have their own repository. So they have all it is just a one-click install. The only problem is that you don't have control. So the updates are pushed by them, not by the developers. So it's when they think it's stable of the version that they want. And then there's sometimes you might be held back because like Unohost might say, oh, you have to be on version Debian 13 to get this update of this application. So you have to wait. So you're kind of stuck. So, I mean, you can use the Debian, you can use the package that's provided, and a lot of applications do provide a package format like RPM or Debian or even a Windows installer. But they also a lot of times will provide the Docker. And like I said, I kind of just do this way because it's kind of a flow for me. So I just have everything in one folder. I just transfer my folder to my server, and then I can go in and go just one command install, and I don't have to worry about downloading packages and going to each site or anything like that. So and everything will be updated too. Once you install, it downloads especially if you're doing a fresh install, when you do the Docker command line to install it, it downloads the latest version right away. So I don't have to worry about going to the website. Do I need the new version? Or because if you want to keep a backup of the apps that the packaged formats of the apps, you got to be worried that you have the current version and make sure you have the current version. So at least with Docker, it does it all for you. Make sure you have the current version. All right. I think we're on time, but I think we should be good. All right. Thank you, guys. You're welcome. Yeah, if you want any questions, you can email me, or I do have a YouTube channel. There's only like a few videos.
running on Android live there. If you want to just come up to the front, you can connect your own phone to it and try it out. Yeah, until the next talk begins in 15. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Very well done. That looks like such a large project, like for one person.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, Mapstop Black took care of so much of it for me. Yeah, so like for me,
I think that was a good slight thing. You found certain buttons or things that were already
Yeah.
teams, and so it's kind of like easier when you're,
Yeah.
you have any resistance.
yeah, yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
I got you. You were talking about this, right? Yes, exactly. Wait. This is what she was talking about earlier. Like the connections with the indexes.
Okay.
It was like a mind map. What I mean is that this, and I think you can still do it with traditional methods. I don't think you have to
Yeah.
use the knowledge graph.
Yeah.
But the basic idea is it's very bizarre to me because the way we think in GIS about like geometry is that you're making a query and you're making a query based on alphabetical orders, right? But when you're thinking about how users actually think about the navigation skills, there's these species that I'm North America, I'm now in Canada, I'm now in Montreal. And so I was thinking, and I don't know if it's already been done with the social diving into in terms of extensions, but one way, and I think of that because it's a completely unrelated field, but in the field I'm doing, healthcare, the way we kind of thought about it is if we pre-group things together that we know people tend to search for together, and you have these kind of like tables that are sub logical coherent clusters.
Yeah.
Then when they look for something, it's like, oh, it's in the same cluster, and I would even push it further if you know the education curriculum is like, look at Eiffel Tower, look at London, right, look at whatever, you can even have those specialized education clusters eventually.
Yeah, so this is kind of like what Google does, where like I search for something, and then I search for something in different wording, but exactly what I'm looking for comes up right away because I knew what I just searched for a second ago. Like I can tell it's doing that, and it sounds like what you're talking about. Like it has like it's conceptually related to the thing I searched for a second ago.
And I think you can kind of index tables with conceptually related, like all cities in California or all cities, you know, like irrespective of the order, and then you're still having your education offices, that's a good system,
Yeah.
but it's almost like three chunks of network so that when you look up things, you don't have to look at the entire document, you look at a subset that is faster to kind of find the thing.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's so doable on the statically, you know, the very kind of hacked together static search engine thing. But it's maybe Nominatum could have that. Like it's on because you know I'm not.
You're working with tools, so the question is, do they organize things that way?
Yeah, like can Nominatum do what you're describing? And maybe I wonder if they do. I mean, OpenStreetMap is not known for having very good search, so I would guess not. But yeah, it's an interesting question.
But I didn't find it was wrong when you typed it in. I was like, as a user, I would totally be okay with that.
But that's not Nominatum though. That was the static search one. That was the one that statically served. So it's literally just I type in LON and it downloads lon.json and in London is in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that. Yeah. No. So like it's that the statically served search engine. I made it so that we could have something running on the Pi 0 2W that's sufficient. Like that's the main reason I made it because I don't like it's like low tech. Like I made it low tech on purpose.
I like that.
But then, so eventually we might go back to Nominatum and then maybe try some of your ideas. But for now I think I'm going to go full steam ahead. Even on like the higher hardware, still use the simple search because I think think I can do more with it than I've done. I can probably take it pretty far, and it's the file, the database that I generate is so much smaller than like 1,000 times smaller than Nomadata. I don't. Nomadata actually includes geometry of things. So like you search for California and it highlights California. So that's probably a big part of why it's so much bigger. But anyway, so that is all to say. I'm probably going to keep working on the static one for a little while, and then and so if I'm doing that, I'm not sure if your idea, like how much I can do that kind of clustering, like how I would even do that using static files. You know, that
I think you need multiple tables. Like if you did an idea like this, like you could, but you would need, which I think is not the architecture you picked, and I think what you picked is excellent, so I'm not at all saying like sweat of it.
Sure.
But I'm just, I like to know things.
Yeah.
So I think the way to do it is if you have multiple tables that are kind of related, almost like sub-indexes, like you can have, and I think it could do also the search process. Like what if the search process involves people telling me the general broad like, continent before they go in the general country, then you can have it exactly what you have, but it could be subsetted based on the country. And then that would allow sort of a step search, but it might end up faster for things that are very rare and don't show up for something.
Yeah, I don't mind doing 2 steps. Like for when I have a lot of data, I'm just thinking maybe it might make sense to do like one a little bit slower, but still pretty good. And maybe what you're talking about, like I could have it so there might be like a conceptual, like right now it's sharded by like the first 3 letters. Maybe I could do conceptual sharding as like a separate thing.
And then yeah. But then you can subset to how to to that.
Yeah. So, but then like, if I type in, the problem is like, if I type in LLM, like, at that point, it doesn't know what concept I'm looking for.
Yeah.
But if I click on London, then it knows, then maybe from there I look for similar things. Because otherwise I don't know how to do it. Yeah. Or I guess maybe what I could do is, for all 5 search results, then I make 5 different requests, but that sounds like a lot. Yeah. Yeah. But this is okay. But anyway, I'm getting your point now. But I don't think it's urgent. I think it's kind of yeah.
Sorry? The guy brought over an extension.
Yeah, in front of it. Maybe it is this thing
What I
down
do
here.
It had a cube and at the end.
Like what concepts exist in cities? Like when you say cities in California, that's not just conceptual. That's also geographic too, right?
Yeah. So you could also just have columns in your table, but that's just going to be and I think we're talking about this
You need help?
So it's something. It's not something, it's something else. That's my experience. I'm gonna put my phone. Is my phone over there? Did I leave my phone on the seat?
Yes, I can see it.
Yep, I hope that's it. Thank you.
Oh, you need light?
Yeah.
Well, the AV guy can show up.
Yeah, I mean, I may be like 70% understanding.
Try a different
I think it seems like you're more versed in database thinking than I am, so it might take me a bit. Yeah, but so
There's no power to this.
I will say that right now I'm working on sorting, and I sort by population is the easy one, but then I want to. But then, well, that's the thing. Like, so I want to also sort by distance to where you're looking at something. But that sounds like you were talking about a different kind of distance. Like you're talking.
Behind and stuff.
Why don't we wait for the AV guy?
Yeah, well, we can wait for them, but also, we can look over here.
But I guess, so the question I was having before is,
to say
Yeah, but they're all in
nice
the
things.
process
Where
of
is the AV guy?
something, so they're similar in that regard, even if they're on the opposite side of the world.
All right, when it shows up, we'll pick it.
Well, let's plug your phone in and see if we can get a signal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, but I guess what I'm wondering is like if you can help me come up with some ideas for what types of concepts there would be on it. So like one thing I guess I can think of is like, here are all the Spanish-speaking countries in the world. Here are all of the archaeological sites of the Incan civilization, like and stuff like that. So, yeah, so that's the kind of thing you're talking about. Yeah, okay, interesting. Or like here's another coffee shop. For people who
I'll just write it down. But yes,
yeah, here's all the bike parking and the house. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. But well, so you can find me on LinkedIn, right? So, yeah, so maybe if it comes to that, I can ask you for a refresher.
Ready to rock? Okay.
rock and roll.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. This talk may run a little long, but it's the last talk of the day. Feel free to leave if you have to. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. My name is David Schachter, the Executive Director of AppDev for All. That title is analogous to the CEO of a for-profit company. With me is Jim Turner. Jim hired me in 1980 as a college intern, and we have circled back around in various employer-employee relationships for the last 46 years. In 2012, he started at Motorola Mobility, a part of Google at the time, working on Android phones. He's been programming Android phones ever since. Before that, in the early 2000s, he was one of the people who put together WAP, the web browser for flip phones. Oddly enough, flip phones are going to come up again in this presentation. Let's go to the next slide. I started programming, oh, I'm supposed to stay behind the podium, aren't I? I started programming in 1974 because one of the math teachers in my junior high school thought that children should know about computers. It was the future. She was an incredibly visionary woman. She was also the wife of the mayor, so we got the computer. Funny how things work. We didn't get any textbooks or teaching, so I had to hoist myself by my own bootstraps, learn how to program, enormous gaps in my knowledge, of course. And as I look forwards to where we are now, at the other end of my career, it feels like we've gone backwards. Folks say that you can't write programs on the phone that you own. That this handset, this happens to be a 3-year-old Samsung phone, is somehow not powerful enough to write apps. But it's more powerful than the computers that built the original Android apps in 2006 or so. It's also, not particularly relevant, but interesting factoid, it's also more powerful than all of the computing that existed on this entire planet when I was born. So when people say you can't build apps on mobile phones, I say hogwash. I say hogwash because 1, it's false, and 2, it's a great word and we should use it more often. I don't know what it means. I've never been on a farm. Do you wash hogs? Is that something people do? How do the hogs feel about it? Let's move on to the next slide. Jim and I are also, as you may have gathered, horribly, horribly old. If you round up, I'm over 100. Well, yeah, well, it depends on how you round. When the bank calculates interest, trust me, they don't round up. We're so old that we watched Star Trek in the original run, and we watched Gene Roddenberry's then utopian vision of a future where the only limitations on your success are the ones you impose on yourself. No government comes along and says, you're too female, you don't get to improve yourself. You're too black, we don't like you, and your religion is horrible, so you're just, forget it. My dad fought a war in the 1940s about that. The politicians we have now seem to be focused on other things than guiding us into the future. So, because Jim and I are engineers, we did what engineers always do. We said, we'll fix this. Let's move on to the next slide. I wonder what that slide says. Oh, that's cool. We should do that. Enough talking in politics. Jim, if you would, let's show people hello world. Pretty straightforward, simple program. Let's change this and compile it on the handset, which I'll tell you more about in a moment. Before I do, you probably have a first name. A lot of humans do. Probably assigned to you by people you'd never met before. If you got to choose your own first name, what would you pick? Mark. All right. Let's give Mark a proper greeting. Is there any way I could have known you were going to say Mark? Or I could have opened up your brain pan, gone in and messed with the neurons, and then caused you to forget it. But there's no evidence of a surgical scar, so probably not. The talk gets weirder from here. While Jim makes that change, let me tell you what you're looking at, because this is something that you probably haven't seen before. This is Android in desktop mode. It's coming off of Samsung's DeX platform, desktop experience. A lot of cell phone vendors have added some kind of desktop mode. Google is now standardizing it, so if you have a Pixel phone, you might download the latest version of Android, and you'll see Android's take on desktop mode. These windows are, as you expect, resizable. You can move them around, overlap them. Ready to run the program? I can stop stalling? Cool. Let's do it. Do you feel properly helloed? Thank you very much. Of course, that's a trivial program. Any moron can compile that. I did that when I was asleep. But we'll get into more serious stuff in a moment. The bullet points in the slide on the left are what we're going to be covering for most of the rest of this presentation. Let's move on to the first one now. Next slide. We say that code on the go is an industrial strength IDE. It happens to run on a phone. The phone is this Galaxy Fold sitting right here. That is what is generating this display. What do we mean by industrial strength? When I look it up on dictionary.com, the response is server offline, try again later. So we're on our own. By the way, notice that this phone is offline. It's in airplane mode, no wireless icon. Code on the go builds offline. That's going to be pretty important later on. We look for simple metrics. They're easy to understand. So one of the simpler metrics is how big an app can you build? Let's go ahead to the next slide. And if you would show Street Complete, do a little demo of that. In the previous hour, the speaker, who is sitting right there, was talking about maps, OpenStreetMaps. Street Complete is an app that you can download from the Google Play Store. It lets you visualize OpenStreetMaps and add features, annotate the maps. It's really kind of cool. The version you're looking at was not from Google Play. This was built on that phone yesterday. We didn't pick it because of any particular love for this program. I picked it at random off GitHub because I was looking for something large to challenge my engineering team with. So this particular program, 124 megabytes for the APK, the Android package, that's the size of the app. 7,500 files spread across 1,000 directories. It's a decent size app. Nothing wrong with that. Built on the phone, took about a half hour for the first build, and half of that was waiting for downloads. After that, it was time spent locally. If that's as far as we got, I would have been happy. But the engineers came back to me and said, one more thing. They love that one more thing. I said, what do you got? They said, code on the go is now capable of bootstrapping itself. I said words I'm not allowed to say here. Let's move ahead to the next slide. Next one. There we go. Code on the Go can bootstrap itself. That is one of the marks of a powerful IDE. The source code for just the IDE is 9,300 files. The APK clocks in at a whopping gigabyte. That includes 30,000 documentation files, and I haven't bothered to count the size of the SDK and everything else. This is a huge Android app. You will rarely find anything like this. It builds itself. Now, I said to the engineers, okay, it built, but how do you know it built right? And they said, we knew you would ask that. We used the build to build itself a third time. This is a serious product. It happens to run on a phone, and the reason I'm spending so much time in this section of the presentation is because people tend to discount phone apps as little toys. This is not that. Let's move on to the next slide. Another feature that industrial strength IDEs have is a debugger. It's a feature you see in the higher end IDEs simply because it's really hard to do a debugger. The whole point of a debugger is to fix your program when it's crashing, so your program is in all sorts of weird states that keep trying to crash the debugger. Code on the Go has a native debugger. I would love to show it to you, but it's very boring because it looks like every other debugger you've ever seen. So if you want to see it later, come on and Jim can show it to you on his phone, or I can run a 5-minute canned video. Let's move on to the next tab. Code on the Go is also, of course, native. It's running on the phone. When I started in Silicon Valley after college, back when we rode dinosaurs to work, we were selling a $75,000 workstation, what you would call a personal computer, using the then brand new 8086 chip from Intel, which had no native toolchain. So we had to cross-compile on an Intel MDS box, download through a cable to the workstation, and it was horrible. It crashed all the time. We were spending half of our time fixing the stupid thing that we were trying to use to build the thing we were selling. And also, the thing we were selling wasn't very good because we weren't using it. Customers were using it, but we were on the Intel boxes. Why am I telling you this boring war story? Well, I like stories, obviously. But developing on Android today without Code on the Go is going back in time to 1982 and following the same architecture. You compile on an Intel chip, download through a serial cable to an ARM chip, and you spend a lot of your time fighting with the development environment instead of having fun. Programming should be fun. Now, if you're familiar with Android programming, you're probably saying, why is this geezer whining about this? He's just shouting at clouds. Okay, I get that. I mean, who doesn't like shouting at clouds? But until you've experienced the joy of native programming, you don't know how bad it is to do cross-compilation. With Code on the Go, you have fun because you focus on the problem you're trying to solve instead of fixing the plumbing. You can try it out. You can go to our website and download it and have fun if you have an Android phone. Let's go on to the next slide. Now, here, let me warn you, I'm going to get emotional. This is something I really feel very strongly about. I'm not joking. So if strong emotions make you uneasy, you might want to step out. Code on the Go is an offline-first build environment. Why is that so important? Well, as we said in one of the earlier slides, there are billions of people in the world with Android handsets, and there are millions of those people who do not have fast internet. And yet, without Code on the Go, you have to have internet to develop your app. Why don't these people have fast internet? Well, some of them live in rural Peru, where they're at the bottom of a valley sandwiched between the Andes Mountains. And according to a gentleman I spoke who services these villages, it's a 2-kilometer hike, more or less straight up the mountain, to get a cell phone signal. There are millions of people who technically have internet, but what they have is a 2G or a 3G signal. 2G is the equivalent of a dial-up modem from 1997. 3G is way better. It's the equivalent of a DSL line from 2002. You can't stream video. You can't do modern internet stuff. Websites like the website I worked at when I was at LinkedIn, a lovely Microsoft company, excellent place to work, just in case you're wondering. Our website is 16 megabytes just to get started. We're essentially, I don't work there anymore, we were booting up an entire operating system in your browser when you go to the front page. That's not going to happen on a DSL line or a dial-up modem. There are some people who have internet when they're in town but not at home. Internet when the kids are in school but not when the kids come home. That's where internet in a box can be very handy at home. But here's where things get tight. As I said at the beginning, there are places in the world where if the government catches you trying to improve yourself and they find out that you have made the terrible choice of being a female, they will put you in jail or they will kill you. We bombed the hell out of those people in 2001. But it's actually worse than that. I used to be a vice president at the biggest bank in the world. And after September 11, 2001, all of the banks fled out of Lower Manhattan to Jersey City. So I'm standing in the lobby of one of our buildings in Jersey City, and it's the end of the day, and there's this well-dressed man there, T9 typing on a flip phone in 2017, 10 years after smartphones came out. And I'm thinking, what's going on? I am staring at this man. Why am I staring at this guy? And why is he T9ing on a flip phone? And then I thought about what was in the news at that time, and I saw the yarmulke, and the payas, and the tzitzit. His rabbi and my rabbi would have been doing this. The word rabbi means teacher. In Judaism, we are taught that the highest thing you can do is to teach. But this guy's rabbi didn't want to teach. This guy's rabbi said to his congregation, you may not have a smartphone, you may not learn because you would learn things I disagree with. That is wrong. That is stopping people from improving themselves. Did I confront this guy? Of course not. It's his life. He can do what he wants. But what about his kids? What if he has a daughter who wants to learn to program? And because of arcane rules, she's told you can't, because you'd have to go online. With Code on the Go, she can have a smartphone, stay offline, live her life within the restrictions that she has voluntarily chosen, no skin off my teeth, but she can still improve herself. She can still learn to program and create apps that will help people in her community. I might disagree with the app she's built, not her problem. When I was in Nairobi last year, some students in a class asked, how are you going to make sure that Code on the Go is not used for evil? I said, I'm a white guy in a black country. I'm not going to tell you how to run your lives. We've tried that. It was a horrible, horrible thing. No offense. What I'm going to do is give you a tool and trust that you will be smarter than us and not make the same mistakes we made. You can make better, more interesting mistakes, but use it wisely. Code on the Go is a tool, and the way you use it is up to you. For offline mode to work, Code on the Go has to have tremendously good documentation because the users can't go online for help. We have put a huge amount of our company's resources into providing the very best documentation there is. Let's show a demo. So Jim's going to go click on a field and ask for what we call first level help. Let's go to second level help. Clicks see more, and we see a little bit more information. Now let's go to third level help. Notice that that was essentially instant. In my former career, I was a performance analyzer. At LinkedIn, my job was to find out what was wrong in the data center in terms of performance and fix it. So when we built this, when we engineered it, we designed it to be super fast so it stays out of your way. Now I'm going to ask Jim to click on that icon at the top left there. And this may be tricky. We have a bug in Samsung DeX's interaction with the mouse that makes it hard to activate that particular button. So I'm going to stall for time. Oh, well, that was fast. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's try Android app development. I'm deviating from the script a little bit.
I apologize to everybody from here. I can barely see what he's
That's it. Yep.
That one?
Yep. All right, and click on Android Notes for Professionals, the last one. That is a 1,329 PDF, 1,329 page PDF that just popped up. Maybe we were cheating. It's been known to happen. Bill Gates. So somebody in the audience, call out a number less than 1,330. Mark. 862. Let's go to page number 862. Very good. Instant help, regardless of the size of the document. We're using the PDF.js library, the same thing that Firefox uses. So that's JavaScript rendering PDF insanely fast. Well, it reformats because it's HTML, but I'm going to come back to your point later, and you're correct. There are trade-offs. Okay, so that shows the help system. Let's go on to the next slide. Oh, we've done that. We can skip over that. All right, the next point to talk about plugins. And I'm going to talk about plugins in an odd way. The difference between an engineering school and a liberal arts school. MIT and Princeton are both friggin' cold in the winter, so there's no difference there. Snow on the ground, your bike flares out from underneath, it's just horrible. And sometimes there's no fresh donuts at the Wawa because there's so much snow this truck couldn't get there. But that aside, there is a significant difference. At an engineering school, you are taught correctly that there is one true answer for engineering problems. It is the best answer. Little oversimplification there. In liberal arts college, you're taught exactly the opposite. You are taught that there are 100 answers to every question, and that your job is to take thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Find the best answer and realize that maybe you're not right. Maybe you got it wrong. Because Code on the Go started out as my idea of what I wanted when I was a kid watching Star Trek, it is possible that I am wrong. I can conceive of a universe in which I have made a mistake. Not really, I'm just pretending. Because of that, we built in a plugin system so you can take what we've built and change it to meet your needs. We'll talk more about that in the second to last slide. Let's move on. Jim is now going to show a demo of one of our simpler plugins. This is the Key Store plugin. When you release an Android app, the release version has to be signed with a digital key. If you're a crypto guy, digital keys are fun. If you're a normal human being, I do not know what I'm talking about. I've never been one. I suspect a lot of you are in that category. If you're a normal human being, you don't care. And if you're a programmer who's trying to make apps to make a living or to make your family's life better, you just want to get to done. You don't want to deal with this BS. So the Key Store Generator is a plugin we wrote that abstracts away a lot of the complexity and lets you use defaults which provide terrible security, but you don't care. It's an app you're using on your own. You're not distributing it. Or your friends are going to use it. You're not worried. So you get to make the trade-offs that are correct for your life between security and complexity. So that's the Key Store Generator. It's just a plugin, nothing fancy, but it adds to Code on the Go without modifying the core, so it makes it much easier for us to accept outside contributions. We don't have to worry what's going to go on. We've already had some of the early users creating their own plugins, which is absolutely a joy to see when I wake up in the morning and check Telegram. We've also had one user contribute to the core, and at that point, I overruled our engineering VP who said, we'll get to it eventually. I said, no, we're getting to it this week because I want to encourage people to contribute to the core. This was a visually impaired user who put in the effort, without being able to read the screen very well, to add support for Android TalkBack to Code on the Go. If he's going to put in that effort to make his life better, who are we to say, not yet? No, no. Put it in now, get it done, make him happy. Next slide. Oh, so we showed that. Next slide. Okay, this goes to the question a few minutes ago about developing on a small screen. As executive director, it is my job, my fiduciary responsibility, to tell you everything is wonderful all the time, and this is the best thing since sliced bread, which was invented in Illinois, I believe. I have a friend who grew up in that town. He's very proud of the invention of the bread slicer. Should get out more often. But I would be lying if I said there aren't problems developing on a small screen. The soft keyboard is terrible. It covers up half the screen. So if you are a smart 15-year-old like I was 100 or so years ago, you can start developing with Code on the Go, and it won't be the very best experience you've ever had, but you can do it. You can be better than you were, you can make advancements, and if you're a good boy or girl for Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever, your parents will get you a keyboard and a mouse and life gets much better. And maybe after your brothers and sisters are asleep, they'll let you plug into the family TV to get the big screen experience. Code on the Go is the only IDE that scales from a handset to the full screen experience. So you can get better as your resources make available. Now we're going to show two demos. The first one Jim is going to show is shortcuts for common code actions. Let's go ahead and do that. Jim is going to comment back in the code at line 14, long click to bring up the code actions menu, and he added a line of code, but he didn't add the import. So he clicks on Fix Imports. Code on the Go looks at what he's doing and says, oh, the class you're missing is that one, and it added the appropriate import up there at line 4. That's an example of a simple little thing that saves typing, which is particularly useful when you have the soft keyboard. We have just a few code actions, but our plugin system will allow other people to add their own actions. So a teacher might add some actions to make the students' lives easier. or a company might add some code actions to deal with their peculiar code base. The other demo we're going to do is about Sketch. So I'm going to skip the middle bullet on agentic AI coding support. Of course, we have an agent. We have a connection to Gemini. So if you are online and have a Gemini account, Gemini will answer questions about your code. It will suggest improvements. It will actually write code and put it into your software for you. Very cool stuff. The Star Trek computer couldn't do that. It was just Majel Barrett's voice in a recording booth. So instead, we're going to show you Sketch. Now, at this point in the presentation, you're bored with my jokes. I get that. Trust me, I've been rehearsing this thing for weeks. I am bored of these jokes too. And you're wondering, is there anything new here that you haven't seen before? Is there any reason for you to lean forwards in your chair? This is a good time to start sliding forwards in your chair. You're going to see something no one has seen before except inside the company. And I'm going to set it up by telling you about Bangladesh. My friend Larry went to Bangladesh to check out a school that he had a relationship with the building of. And because he knew what I was doing with Code on the Go, he checked out the computer classroom. He saw the ceiling fan spinning, so he knew there was electricity, and the teacher said, it's fairly reliable, it doesn't cut out too often. And then he said, where are the computers in the computer classroom? And she laughed. She said, this is Bangladesh. We can't outfit a school with computers, and if we could, we couldn't keep them running. So he said, how do you teach programming without computers? And she said, well, I do it the same way everyone else does it. And the story is so bizarre that we checked it out and verified that she was telling the truth. She writes code on a chalkboard, and the students copy it by hand into their notebooks. Then they flip the page, they write out code, and they give it to her to read. Does that sound like a productive way to teach computer programming? No, it does not. And then Larry asked a pretty important question. He said, do any of your students have cell phones? And she said, of course, they all have Android cell phones. Not iPhone, that's for rich people. With Code on the Go, that entire classroom can be outfitted with computers because they already have them. You don't need an IT department to administer them because the kids take care of it. It's their personal phone. And if that's all we did, it still wouldn't be enough. In 2018, I filled out a form incorrectly when I applied for admission to the College of San Mateo, one of the community colleges in my county. The incorrect form was that it asked me to list all the courses I'd taken before, and I omitted all of my computer science classes from college because I wanted to take the CS curriculum again in 2018. I figured the world may have changed a little bit from the 1970s. And what stood out from that exercise, the one factoid that I still remember, was that one of my professors was proud that she had commissioned a custom textbook with only the 5 chapters we would cover in her class. She'd saved us money, $50 for five chapters. Guess what happened the next semester with a different professor? He says, oh, you got to buy the whole textbook, $136. California is the 5th largest economy in the world. Community college in San Mateo is free of tuition, but that doesn't matter because that's not the big cost. The big cost is the textbooks. Why hasn't our state commissioned open source textbooks and told the professors, unless you have a good reason, this is the textbook you are using? Let more people go to college. Let them improve their lives without being told, you can't afford the textbook. Go get a job at McDonald's. Thank you. So to address that and the case of the people in Bangladesh, we have built open source textbooks into Code on the Go. We evaluated a raft of them. We picked the best. They're in that documentation database. We're going further. In the 1990s, I taught computer programming for a company that was known as Hewlett-Packard. That company does not exist anymore. The company with the name is a different company. Hewlett-Packard of that era said to the mechanical and electrical engineers, you are not needed, and we are not going to fire you. We're going to retrain you to be software engineers, and that's what I did. The curriculum was designed by a gentleman who is an actual NASA rocket scientist. He's working on a satellite that's going to launch in a couple of years. And he is now volunteering with us to design a brand new curriculum based on the ACM standard curriculum, but with some changes. We are obviously adding material on building Android apps. We're adding more material on software engineering and software tools like, for example, GitHub. If you're a budding software engineer, you need to know how to use that. And we're de-emphasizing some of the more abstract computer science stuff that is not terribly relevant to day-to-day programming. That's going to be bundled into Code on the Go next year or so, which means that if a student is in the situation I was in 1974, alone, no one to teach them, kid can't afford school fees, they can still teach themselves. Curriculum's right there, textbooks are right there, everything they need is right there, including an on-phone LLM, which is not as good as Gemini, but it's better than nothing. If that teacher in Bangladesh wants to have a good curriculum to teach their students, now they have it in the handset for free, available at the school where they have internet, and at home when the kids don't. You can use Code on the Go to program on a nice desktop environment, and when you're on the subway going home, and when you wake up in the morning and pick your phone, you can keep programming, you can keep doing this until you fall dead of a heart attack. I am not doing a good job of selling my product. So that's all a long introduction to what Jim's about to show, Sketch to UI. As this gentleman was asking before, yeah, the keyboard sucks. Doing UI layout is no fun. So some folks say, oh, just ask an agent to build a UI for you. That's a solution. We've gone in a different direction. We're using a different kind of AI. We're not using generative AI, which is what people think AI means. We're using computer analysis of images. So here is a hand-drawn image. In the center, we have what the user wants for the user interface. And on the left and right, we have annotations to carry the metadata that you can't put in an image. We've manually set the margins. We're going to automate that away later, but it's not important in the first draft, so we're not worried about it. Now Jim clicks the detect button. See the green highlights and blue highlights? That gives you immediate feedback as to what the image recognition system saw so that you can do a better job if your handwriting sucks. That goes back to the Palm Pilot in the 1990s where people were willing to learn a brand new alphabet to use the device. We think people will be willing to take the feedback they get to learn to do a better job of drawing a square box. Now Jim's going to click Update and say, yeah, we really want to do this. From the image, we've now generated the XML that describes that user interface. The user didn't write a line of code. All they did was took the drawing they would have done on a napkin anyway, annotated it with the information they were going to need anyway, and let the computer do the hard work. Completely different kind of AI. And this is the first time anyone has seen this outside our company. This is still raw, it's not ready for prime time, although it is in the product. You can use it if you turn on the experimental flag to unlock the hidden features. There's the UI that the software just built from that. The circle was said to be red, the cancel button was set to be blue. The images Jim picked off his phone earlier today, whatever those are. Egg and spam sushi is the top one, or the bottom one. My dinner plans have just changed.
So was mine when I ate it.
Yeah. And we're going to be pushing pretty hard on this idea because it cuts down the amount of typing. And it's not just about cutting down the amount of typing. A phrase you may or may not be familiar with is semantic gap. It's the distance between the idea stuck up here and the software, the language you're using to implement that. The biggest semantic gap is when you write in assembly code. Who here has spent hours writing assembly code? Yeah, a number of people. I enjoy it, but I have no hair left. Smaller semantic gap if you program in C, even smaller if you program in Python. With this, the semantic gap goes to 0. Like using generative AI, but in a different way. Draw the picture, which you're going to draw anyway, and let the computer do the rest. Okay, let's move on. We're going to be pushing more on this over time. So in addition to Sketch UI to layout, we're going to be introducing other things you can draw about your program that we can generate code from. One of our goals here, you're going to hear me talk about this a lot during the rest of the presentation, is GTD, get to done. When you're writing software, if you're doing it as a hobby, you're doing it for fun, that's great. But if you're doing it to get paid or to make your life better or to make your family's life better or your village or your province, you want to get to done. You don't want to screw around with software. You want to get something done. So a lot of the features in Code on the Go are built with the idea of getting to done faster. Here's some feedback we've gotten from the Telegram channel. 4 different people. One thing that's not up there, but it was kind of hysterical. We were laughing about this in the office. One person said, your assistant, your customer support engineer, that's an AI, right? He's too polite and helpful and upbeat. No, that's just how Ben is. I think. I've never met him. He might be an AI. But I'm pretty sure he's a person. But he never comes to our Friday meetings, so, don't know. That's right, yes. I do want to highlight that item in orange at the bottom one, quick responses, because that provides a different gloss on the concept of industrial strength. When I finished college in my first job, my friend Bob and I were trying to figure out why the disk drive interface that was rated to transfer 2 megabytes a second couldn't make it over 100 kilobytes. So we opened up the manual and we looked at it, and it was misconfigured, and the device driver had some problems. We got it up to 1 megabyte, but we wanted that extra megabyte. So we opened up the manual. Page 3 has the company's phone number. Call the switchboard, talk to the engineer. He said, "You got a megabyte? That's amazing. I've never gotten over 200 kilobytes." We said, "Well, where does the 2 megabyte claim come from?" He says, "Oh, marketing makes that up. I don't talk to them. They don't talk to me." That model is not such a great model. Companies figured out pretty quick, don't let the users talk to the engineers. So we went to a model where you call the phone number and you talk to first-level tech support, and they'll escalate if necessary. And then companies said, that's costing money. That's costing money. If there's one thing we don't like spending, it's money. So they said, here's the new deal. The new deal is if you bill more than $1 million a year with us, you can talk to tech support. If not, you can send us an email. And then somebody said, emails cost money to respond to. Let's change the deal again.
And pray that I do not change it again.
The new deal was if you spend $50,000 a year, you are allowed to send email. Otherwise, you can submit a web form, and good luck, Charlie. We'll see you later. Thanks for being a loyal customer. Don't let the door kick you on the way out. And then they changed it again. The new approach was, we're going to set up a community forum, like the old BBS software. And you are entitled as a loyal customer to guess the right keywords that other people may have entered when they had the same problem 4 years ago and see if their solution is like yours, or did they just give up and go away? In other words, companies said, we're not doing customer support. We're going to put the customer support job on the customers and let them do it. We're just not going to pay them for it. There's a word for that. The word is despicable. If you're a company producing a product, it is your responsibility to support your users. And they said, well, we can get away with it, so we might as well, because our number one responsibility, according to the Chicago School of Economics, is increasing shareholder value, and this is how we do it. It'll make our numbers at the end of the quarter look good, and that's all we care about, because I'm going to be out of here in 6 months anyway. I'll jump to another company, get more money. So why am I highlighting that? Because we actually offer real customer support by a guy named Ben. How can we afford to do that? We can afford to because we're making a bet that the built-in documentation you saw a few minutes ago is so good, so complete, so fast, that you'll get an answer faster than if you wait for Ben to respond during East Coast business hours. Startling, bizarre strategy. We're taking responsibility for the product we're foisting on you and using that as a way to force us to make it better. Next slide. Our friends at Internet in a Box have partnered with us to do something a little unusual. Jim's going to show this in a minute. In fact, why don't you bring it up now and I'll talk over it. Oh, yeah. So, if you were here last hour, you've heard about Internet in a Box. If you're not, Internet Box is a software toolkit for building an Internet appliance. It'll run on a Raspberry Pi, it'll run on an old laptop, and it allows you to choose the content you want exposed in a local Wi-Fi bubble. Why is that important? Well, the reason that these guys do it is because of all these millions of people in the world who don't have access to the Internet. Well, now they can have access to an offline version of the Internet, a digital library of Alexandria, if you will.
It's like a subset of the web.
Exactly.
Not the Internet.
It is whatever you want on it that they've pre-configured the ability to suck in. The key thing here is who gets to do the choosing. This offline Internet is not content shoved down your throat by Mark Zuckerberg. It is not right-wing racist garbage shoved down by somebody whose name I shall not mention in polite company. It is the content that you have decided you want to share. But the Internet in a Box has some issues. You can buy it at the Wikipedia merch store. I didn't even know they had a merch store, and they're also out of stock. But it's in the 60s and above. And for people living on $2 a day, that's a big ask. It's also a little tricky to keep the content updated because it's offline, so you have to physically move the device to a place that has an internet connection. So we went to the Internet in a Box people and we said, let's partner up. We know Android, you know Internet in a Box. Let's port that entire stack to the hundreds of millions of junk phones sitting in people's drawers, in a shoebox in the back of the coat closet on the second shelf where no one will ever see it. It's e-waste. It's that old phone that got a scratch because you put it in your pocket with the keys and the coins. So now, instead of being e-waste, parents can say, I'm going to configure the internet that I want my children to have access to. No chat GPT, they can't cheat on the homework. No social media, no trolling, no digital disinformation by robots, no sex trafficking, no drug dealing, no porn. Takes all the fun out of things. But it's not my job to tell the parents how to configure things. It's my job to give them the tools to manage their lives. If you're a teacher, you can use Internet in a Box on Android to provide a safe internet bubble in your classroom so your students can research data from Wikipedia, OpenStreetMaps, the other sources that you have chosen without being exposed to the internet. If you're running a coffee shop and you have that one customer who insists on viewing horrible, horrible stuff while everyone else is feeling more and more upset and threatening to quit, you can say, well, you can watch that somewhere else, but in this coffee shop, it's just not available. We're trying to give control back to the people instead of the billion-dollar corporations and the billion-dollar people whose interests are not aligned with yours. So here's an example. That feed of the Wikimedia 500 is on this phone. If you want to try connecting to it, go right ahead. The Wi-Fi SSID is, I think, 1+6T. I believe this phone will support somewhere between 5 and 10 simultaneous users, and the Wi-Fi password is 5909 5909. But it is a little bit tricky. Once you do that, you have to go to a specific internet address and a port number, so come see me afterwards if you want to give it a shot. There's still some rough edges. We need to make this a bit easier. Also, right now, installing it requires you to be a geek, and we really need to move that to be an APK. Yes, sir?
Couldn't you do like a Wi-Fi gateway redirect kind of thing where what you see in corporate environments where they intercept the internet connection and go, actually, we want you to go here first?
There are probably lots of ways of fixing this. I don't know all the details. Yeah.
I knew basically what we were going for, just not the correct terminology.
Mm-hmm. Now, you might wonder why we are dealing with this problem, because our goal is to provide a native IDE. What does that have to do with offline internet? Well, it's a Trojan horse. Because Internet in a Box on Android comes with code on the go, the executable and the source code, so you can go mess with it. And it also comes with a little place where you can upload your apps and share them with your friends on that little box. So let me tell you about let me invite you to join a thought experiment. Let's say you ran a giant corporation that had a chokehold on the distribution of Android software, and some very nice gentleman from the government came by. When I say government, I'm talking about a bunch of armed thugs who are mafiosos. Excuse me, I can't use that word. They are organized criminals. And here's what the guy says. He says, "This is a great company you got here. The president loves your company. He wants you to succeed. But it would be a terrible shame if you started to have problems with regulatory affairs and your monopoly became an issue. We want you to succeed. And the problem is you're distributing an application that tells neighbors, when our armed thugs, who are only trying to deport people of brown skin and shoot to death the people with the white skin, are in the neighborhood. We don't want that app. We want you to get rid of it. But it's up to you. It's a nice company. We don't want any trouble you." That happened. Apple and Google took off the ice tracking applications because the government said, you may not share this with people. They came up with rationale for it. But we all saw the results. An ICE agent shot a woman through the side door of her car, lied about it, and boasted to his friends that he put 6 shots into her. And that man was not prosecuted. This is not the America I want to live in. This is not what my dad fought in World War II for. So code on the go on Android, Internet in a Box on Android has a second reason to exist. It is to break the monopoly over app distribution and say, you get to choose what apps you want to make available. Not Bill Gates, not Mark Zuckerberg, not the guy whose name I'm not going to mention. Okay, let's move on to the next part. This is, I think, the second to last slide. I hope it is, because my voice is going to give out soon. Back to the idea of industrial strength IDE. When I was at Zynga, the gaming company that did Farmville and Words with Friends and Draw Something, one of my coworkers stood up in a meeting and he said, we should switch from PHP to Rust. And I said, that is a terrific idea. I love that idea. Rust is a much better language. Tell me, what's your home phone number? And he said, why? And I said, because when our data center goes offline due to a bug in the Rust compiler that we have no commercial support for, we're going to call you. And we know it's costing us tens of thousands of dollars a minute to be offline because I took us offline for 10 minutes last week, and trust me, I know exactly how much that cost. It was so upsetting to one of my coworkers, I had to take him out for repair ice cream. Really, it was for him, it wasn't for me. If you're dealing with open source software that has no roadmap, no plan, no guarantee that somebody's going to take your bug report seriously, that's not industrial strength, that's hobbyist strength. And I have nothing against hobbyists, but we need to run a company and keep it functioning. So here's Code on the Go's roadmap. Jim and I started this in September of 2023. We said it's going to take 18 months to 2 years to do anything interesting, because less than that, and it's too easy, somebody else would have done it. More than that, we're going to run out of interest and go do something else. It took us 2 years and a month. We released in October of 2025. That release was codenamed the Dancing Bear because it was amazing that it dances at all. I have a great video, but I'm not allowed to show it anymore. Release 1 is coming out 6 months after Release 0. Every one of the releases is spaced 6 months apart. In the 50 years I've been doing this, I've found out the only way to get software out the door is to set a deadline and say we're shipping on this date. So every 6 months we do a major release. Release 1 IS, industrial strength. What a surprise. Releases 2 and 3 are about helping our users get to done faster. GTD 1 is a bunch of small changes that put together make a much nicer environment. GTD 2 is a small set of big changes that do the same thing. Release 4, Fractions, is about fractionalizing our program from the massive APK it is now into a core and a bunch of plugins that allow you to treat it as a toolkit to build the IDE that you want. But there's more than that. By offering this as plugins, if you don't like our Kotlin plugin, you can pick someone else's. You can write your own. That's called competition. If we were a commercial company, if I had a fiduciary responsibility to the investors, I wouldn't be allowed to help competition. It would be my job to stop it, to ask the government to regulate us or whatever. We're not. We're a nonprofit. We don't answer to those authorities. I'll talk about that a little bit more in the last slide. And the last release, NG, that's next generation. When I look back over my long and very boring career, I don't see as much innovation in IDEs as I would like to see. The last big bang in IDEs was called Turbo Pascal in 1983 from Borland. And Borland was strip-mined of its best employees because Bill, Mr. Bill, would send limousines over to Borland, and in the limousine, an executive would be there with a checkbook, and a parade of Borland employees would come in, and each one would be shown a check for $1 million and told, this check is valid until you leave this car. That's what happens when you have giant companies with massive market power. They can just strip mine your employees away. Anyway, that was the last big innovation. For Release 5, I think there are better ways to represent data than text files. We're not exploring that. I want to start exploring some of these ideas and make Code on the Go an environment in which computer scientists and software engineers can start to explore some ideas that haven't really been looked at much. And you might think, oh, seriously, agentic AI, that's a big innovation. But it's just frittering around the edges. It's having an agent stand in for you typing on the keyboard. That's innovation, but I'm looking at something more fundamental. Okay, last slide. We started Code on the Go to make the world better. In my religion, there is a phrase that translated into English is that our job here is to heal the world. And when you die, you're not going to be graded on how loudly you prayed or whether you believed. The only thing you'll be judged on is, did you make the world better by your presence? There are a lot of things you could do to make the future better. But if you don't choose something, you will get the future that the billionaires have chosen for you. And we know how that movie ends. It is Arnold Schwarzenegger drowning in a vat of liquid metal. No, actually, that was Patrick, what was that guy's name? Terminator 2. I mean, seriously, this week the Pentagon tried to strong-arm Anthropic into okaying the development of killer drones that can assassinate you without a human in the loop. Put in a photo of your face, click the go button, you're dead in 20 minutes. This is insane. I don't want the Terminator future, and I don't want the RoboCop future. I want the resources being used to make the world better. I have a long story about that too, but we're out of time. So There are things you can do to make the world better. You can remember that as engineers, we fix things that are broken, and the politicians that we have now seem to have other priorities than bringing us into the future. There is one thing you can do to help that's not on this slide, and it goes back to a question that you should have been asking during the entire presentation I gave, and that is, who's pulling this guy's strings? Always ask that of a nonprofit. What is your motive? A lot of nonprofits are actually AstroTurf campaigns by big companies. So who's pulling my strings? And the answer to that has been staring at you the whole time. I am. I had a 50-year career, made a lot of money, partly because shorts are cheaper than pants. I'm a very cheap guy. And I'm not just talking the talk, I'm walking the walk. Every dime of my fortune is going into this. I'm pushing it as fast as I can, as hard as I can, liquidating assets to take care of this problem, because dying rich is a sin. A lot of people out there have a lot of money. They could fix problems. They choose instead to convert it into gold coins in a bathtub and say, oh, I'm rich. This is not helping. However, I'm not that rich. I'm not a billionaire. Didn't do that well. These are cheap shorts. If you have a relationship with somebody who can help fund this organization, I can double the speed at which we can fix these problems. If you do, cool. Come up later and talk to me or contact me on the website. If you don't, that's also cool. Not everyone has a rich uncle. There are other things you can do on this slide to help fix the future. If you don't do it, nobody will. There's no plan B. There's no cavalry coming over the hill. In this room, we fix the future, or the future fixes us. That's my presentation. Let's take some questions. Yeah. Okay, well, so far we don't have any questions. Okay. Yeah, we're going to bring mics back so we can get it on the live stream. Thank you.
Does your signing mechanism that you mentioned, or does it or will it address the plan of Google to require all certified signatures on all Android apps on certified Google devices starting in September?
The Key Store plugin has nothing to do with that, but we've discussed internally the possibility of writing a plugin that would help you register for Google with an ID. That's the best we can do. We can't tell them how to run their business. We can hope that the European Union says, that's obviously anti-competitive behavior. Will that happen? I don't know. I can't predict the future. So all we can do is help people work with it. Next question?
Your slide says that you are looking for early adopters to test features, documentation, reference, et cetera, but I'm not seeing a contribution link on the slide.
Yep.
How would we reach out if we were interested in helping with any of these things?
Send email to info@appdevforall and it'll come to me.
Thank you.
We are, now let me be clear, we are a nonprofit. We are not a 501c3 nonprofit. Contributions are not tax deductible. They will count to us as income, but since we don't make any money, there's no tax to be paid. So if you're thinking of contributing, take off 30% because you're going to still be paying taxes on that. Yes?
Any other questions?
Hi. With regards to the Android developer verification thing, I believe there were ways to, it won't require registration for apps installed with the Android debugging bridge. Have you looked into that?
I have not. We do have certain aspects of the Android debug bridge available on the phone, but some parts of it only work if you're associated to a Wi-Fi, and some parts of it only work from the outside.
Okay.
Google has said that they are going to do a thing to address people who don't want to register, who don't have a government ID, who don't have 25 bucks to spare. That's all that they've told us. They seem to be pushing full speed ahead with the part about you must show a government ID and you must give us money so that we can turn off your apps remotely whenever we decide that we don't like what you're doing. Nice business you got here. It'd be a shame if something bad happened to it. They haven't said boo about this other thing. exactly. There are solutions that are great for geeks like you and me, and it sounds like you're better at it than I am. But for the vast majority of users, asking them to flash a custom ROM is not going to happen. Yeah, we're seeing more and more phones get locked down and freedom being taken away from more and more people. It's a shame.
What's the entry-level phone Android that if I were to hand to some kids to start playing with, and we were to start something, what would be the standard?
That is a great question, and I say that because I already thought about it. The question is there an entry-level phone? What is the lowest level phone that runs code on the go? So when we were in Nigeria, I went to a local phone store, and I told the guy, get me the worst phone you have. And he comes back with a perfectly fine phone. And I say, no, worse than that. And he comes back with a less fine phone. And I said, seriously now, I want the worst phone. So he sends a runner off to the warehouse who brings in this dusty box. And on the front it says, 6 gigabytes of RAM asterisk. No, it's 2 gigabytes of RAM. The other 6 are using flash memory for virtual swap. And it turns out it wasn't running Android, it was running Android Go, a stripped down version. So we were saying, this ain't gonna happen. It happened. It can compile whatever you want on that phone, it'll just be slow. Yeah, we were kind of amazed. But you know, that goes to the very first point I made, that when people say phones aren't powerful enough, that is just hogwash. Of course they are. It's just a compiler, it's just a tool chain. This is not landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. So the answer to your question is, any phone built in the last 5 to 10 years is probably going to run this fine. Give it a try. If not, let us know, because maybe we can do something about it. The user interface and also the insistence that the integrated development environment must go online constantly to check for updates, to make sure that what worked for you when you went to bed can stop working when you wake up, and you can spend the first hour figuring out why some guy in a country you've never heard of changed a dependency you didn't know you had, and now your software doesn't work and you get to fix it.
So will we see you next year?
I'm not bitter, not at all. Yeah.
You plan to be here next year, right? Is that one of your goals?
Why? Do you have news about, is there a drone coming to assassinate you?
I mean, this
Actually, the last time I gave a talk at SCaLE was, I think, 2007, when I was working for Sleepy Cat. And we were being acquired by Oracle on Monday, and I was giving a talk on Saturday, and they told me, don't talk about the acquisition. So I rehearsed in my mirror in the hotel room the night before, how am I going to answer the question when it comes up? Some guy sitting in the front row asks, what about these rumors that your company's being acquired by Oracle? And I said, let's be clear, SCaLE is a wonderful conference, but it's a small town conference on a Saturday in Pasadena, or wherever it was. Do you think I would be authorized to disclose an acquisition by Oracle? So either the news you've heard is false, and I'll tell you truthfully it's false, or the news is true, but I'm going to lie and say it's false. But either way, the answer is false. Another question. That did pay for remodeling my bathroom, though. My stock options converted into Oracle options and vested overnight. They didn't lay out, and it's interesting, when they bought the company, it wasn't because they cared about what we made. It was Berkeley DB. Sleepy Cat was the Berkeley DB company. It was because they wanted the brain power of Mike Olson to tell them how to compete with open source. And he said, you just give up 90% of your revenue. They didn't like that, so they went with plan B, which was they bought Sun Microsystems so that they could own MySQL. Yeah.
So you were talking about trying to break the monopoly. I don't recall you mentioning F-Droid, and I was kind of curious what you think of F-Droid just as from the perspective of monopoly breaking, and then kind of separately, do you have any thoughts about making that part of the app distribution thing that you were talking about, like sharing apps that people build, like automatically publish it to a self-hosted F-Droid? Just a thought.
That is a brilliant idea for a plugin. Somebody should write that plugin, and we will be happy to feature it on our page. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that. Is that considered bad to recycle that phrase from the Cultural Revolution in China? Maybe I shouldn't say that. To be clear, I'm not setting the standards for how people use code on the go. We are not going to tell you what to do. And if you want to build a plugin to do something cool or horrible, that's on you. You answer to whoever authority is in charge, not us. We are not going to be arbitrating taste. When I was at Zynga, that gaming company I talked about, I worked on trust and safety. And I said, what kind of material do you deal with down here in the basement, which is where they were? And the lady looked at me and said, I'm not going to show you. I said, why not? She said, it would turn your stomach, you would need counseling, we last about 3 months, and then we have to go. I'm not going to subject you to this. And so because of that, I decided that Code on the Go will never have a social component, not from us, you can write one, but we are not going to do anything that allows for user-generated content to be spread, because the experience at Zynga was every time you allow people to spread content automatically, it is used for drug dealing. It is used for prostitution, it is used for child sex trafficking. Those folks have their octopus tentacles everywhere, and they'll find it and they'll use it. And then guess who gets the blowback? So if you want to add automated distribution features, that's wonderful, and we will not stop you, and we will feature you on our homepage, but we're not going to do it. If we do, we have to set up the censorship mechanism. I don't want to be in the middle of that. More questions? If there are no more, thank you very much for coming. Let's go get pizza.
There is game night, so please head over to the other building and join us. It just started, so. No, they just told me to announce the game night, so I haven't heard that, so, okay.